one of the first aiders and the fire department.
43, I was, they all show up.
No, it's just.
No,
You do one.
Definitely.
Okay.
Michelle? Sean.
How are you, Paula?
It still didn't give me his, whatchamacallit,
I talked- Bio,
bio.
I talked to him today, he told me he's gotta give it to Jim to review. So
Okay, because
hopefully-
I've been asking for it, I've been calling for him, I called this morning.
I'll give it till, I'll give it till tomorrow afternoon, I'll say something.
Right. So. Yeah, everything else you would just call. I think I'm gonna need to know the good thing that happened. I gotta look at the list. 4 years old, so.
Christmas. Yeah, I mean, that list, whatever was on that list that's been changed.
Oh, yeah, well, no, I know
90s
it
over
is.
time, yeah.
I know it is, but well, put it this way, now I have to do this before. 2 years.
You see, but every year better. For a simple reason is, a lot of us, I mean,
Hey, good morning, girlies. I want you to know, this is an evil box, isn't it though? Don't you love me for it? That's my doing, by the way.
I gave you this.
Yeah, good.
What we did is we were doing snake today, so. Erica was giving me evil.
yeah. We have a big time EMT widget.
Yeah.
And the assistant.
Well, he did have to change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Clinton. You, Ron, because I do it for the town, you,
There's one right over
the
there.
only thing that's.
I think it's again how tall you two are getting. Little string beans.
Jamie. Yes, you're gonna be around.
How are you?
Cause my buckle glass is like.
Well, I guess you're gonna do the.
Yeah, camera systems, we try to like check bars. Yeah.
Breathe out my phone. Do that. With that. Yeah, I'm starting to. They're kind of repetitive, but learning how to do that's not.
We'll get to see. We'll see. Oh, my
It's okay. Hey.
Handcuffs coming in, John.
Yes, of course.
So do you want me to?
All right, let me get some nice days. So Uncle Arnie. Yes.
Okay.
I did.
Me?
Okay.
So it's
Is that? You know, at the end, yeah, say something. I'm a planner.
I saw, yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, actually, wait, sorry.
It's a
I didn't ask. Do you really think that wasn't gonna happen all night? Yeah. I did. I meant to. I thought it was email you for hung up, but I said. I'm going to use pen anyway, so. Yeah, this is better. Oh, yeah. Yes. It's.
Well, yeah, because we so I'm taking our.
Yes.
Yeah.
So far, don't.
Yeah. That's right. You got it. Nothing. Me too. I like this.
Ready. I'm pleased to call to order the Borough of Bradley Beach, May 10th, 2023 council business meeting. Now please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the verification? I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice is required under the Open Public Meetings Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the New Co-Star on December the 13th of 2022. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board and that a copy has been filed in the borough office, and that a copy has been also filed with the borough clerk. As a courtesy to the public, this meeting may be attended via Zoom. If for any reason the Zoom portion of this meeting fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue and action can and will be taken, providing there is an in-person quorum within the room.
Thank you. Will the clerk please take roll call and announce any borough employees and/or consultants present?
Councilwoman DeMarco,
Here.
Councilwoman DeNoble,
Here.
Councilman Gubatose,
Here.
Councilman Weber,
Here.
Mayor Fox. Yeah, he's absent for now. Okay, Mayor Fox is absent at this time.
Wonderful. We're going to move into presentations and bids. We have several tonight. The Newark Avenue concession bid opening, the ATM concession bid opening, a proclamation honoring John Zeck, a proclamation recognizing EMS Services Week, and a proclamation recognizing the Department of Public Works Week. Without Mr. Cannon here, should we do the proclamations
We
first?
can do the proclamation.
All right. So we'll move to a proclamation honoring John Zeck for his volunteer services.
And I get the honor of reading this, and before I do this, I want to, first of all, it's so great to see so many of our first responders here. I feel really safe. First of all. And there's a lot of people in our department that have many years. We're doing John because he's the one that we could find the paperwork for, so that's why we do it. But in all seriousness now, Bradley Beach proclamation honoring John Zeck for his volunteer services. Whereas John Zeck has served on the Bradley Beach Fire Department from March of 1976 to present, and on the first aid squad from 2007 to present. And whereas this proclamation is being awarded to recognize Mr. Zeck's loyal and dedicated volunteer services to both departments for the last 45 years. And whereas Mr. Zeck's selfless service and devotion to the borough and the well-being of its residents has had a valuable effect on the safety and morale of his co-volunteers and the community through the years. And whereas he is a respected member of the community and a friend to many, we extend our sincere appreciation for his service. Now therefore be it resolved on behalf of the governing body, employees, and residents of the borough of Bradley Beach, we wish to express sincere thanks to John Zeck for his dedication and faithful service to the Bradley Beach Fire Department and the Bradley Beach First Aid Squad, and highly commend him for the manner in which he has carried out his volunteer duties on this day, 10th of May, 2023. Congratulations.
I will.
Of course.
This is a very nice honor. And not being the oldest person, it is nice to be recognized for the service that I provide to the town that I love. I moved here, I wanted to be here. I joined the fire service here after a long time family members were all over the state. I don't plan on leaving. But I need to recognize the people sitting in the back that Mr. Weber said. That's the future, ladies and gentlemen. Bradley Beach Fire and First Aid are all volunteer. These are your friends and neighbors that come out to help you. And the only pay they get is the pride they have in their department and your town. And I have that pride, and I will continue to have that pride. I had one little story I was gonna tell you. First of all, this is the uniform I was sworn in. 45 years ago, like that. But I remember going to a showing of a movie called Into the Fire. And during that, they talk about why did you volunteer, or why did you volunteer? And this gentleman, Mr. Perry, who's on the Amber Fire Department in Wisconsin, said this. And we have this in our town, and everyone on in the days out there has experienced this. We go to this seniors building and house to find this little old lady and little old man there, and the old man had a heart condition. They would go in and they would help the little old man, and his wife would be very, very grateful. Well, unfortunately, one day his wife passed away before he did. And they came in on the hard call, in the dark house, shining a flashlight to find him. When they found him, Mr. Perry said, "You trust in his eyes." When he looked up, to see his neighbors coming to help him, he said, "I only hope that when it happens to me, and my neighbors and friends will come and help me." I thank you very much.
I've got a picture.
Don't pull down, I'm not doing it.
I don't need to fall down, please. All right, everybody see cheeseburger and french fries.
Right, come look this
Done?
way.
Oh, you got it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a picture with your granddaughter, so great. Oh. You have just a little bit, so this thing is in.
I look at your mom.
Hi.
And Keith, if you could stay up here, Councilman Guzekowski has a proclamation as well that you'd like to read.
I do, this is for the, actually for our entire first aid squad, so anyone representing first aid tonight, go through.
Just gonna stay here, because I'll be taking more pictures. I just-
You know. I do have a proclamation, but before I do though, I just want to make sure. I know most of our residents know this, but I just want to make sure everyone understands how valuable these first responders are. Our fire department, our first aid members, these organizations have served Bradley Beach for close to 100 years, 90 years, 100 years, 100, fire over 100. Think about that, volunteer service for over 100 years. And I think first aid is closer to 90.
99 share.
So you're the younger guy. But I think it often just goes not recognized sufficiently. And I just want to make sure that we take these moments tonight to make sure that we recognize not only individuals who have given so much of their lives as individuals for the town, but these organizations and their fathers and their forefathers, their grandfathers, and some instances, serving in these same organizations. So it's a wonderful thing that Bradley Beach enjoys, and I just want to make sure we all take the time to appreciate it. Now I'd like to read a proclamation on behalf of the Emergency Medical Services Week. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of the emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventive medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now therefore, be it resolved, the mayor and council of the borough of Bradley Beach do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st to May 27th, 2023 as Emergency Medical Services Week, dated this 10th day of May, 2023. You don't have to.
Thank you very much. I accept this on behalf of the squad. And we are a group of all volunteers and we do come out day or night when we're called. And we do it only because we think we can help. There's nothing, we gain nothing from it, other than knowing that we act in the service of our community, which is very important to every one of our members. So I thank you for this recognition on behalf of the entire squad.
I want to say thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, all of you. One and a half years.
Hey, come on. Don't be a-
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, everyone.
No?
I have one last bit of trivia. Whether you know it or not, the fire department and first aid squad work together. We are what are called dual hatters. We have EMS, they're on both the fire and first aid squad. And no matter where we go, there's always a medical complement to this.
Yeah, we have one final proclamation tonight, which will be read by Councilwoman DeNoble. A proclamation recognizing the Department of Public Works Week.
Whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. And whereas the support of an understanding and informed public is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs, including water, sewer, streets, public buildings, solid waste collection, landfill, wastewater disposal, code enforcement, and engineering to provide these essential services to our citizens. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services. And whereas the quality of and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction is vitally important upon the efforts and skills of public work officials. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staffs the public works departments is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding the importance of the work they perform. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the mayor and council of Bradley Beach do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st through 27th, 2023 as Public Works Week, building for today, planning for tomorrow in the borough of Bradley Beach, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works and to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life.
Thank you. So now we'll go back to bids. Mr. Cannon, can you please begin with the Newark Avenue concession bid opening?
Sure. First, we start by checking with Madam Clerk. Did anyone submit for the Newark Avenue concession bid?
No.
So is anyone here to bid on the Newark Avenue concession bid? Okay, with that, the clerk and I thought that might occur, Council President. And so there's an authorized resolution authorizing re-advertisement, which is 2023-160 for the governing body's consideration.
Wonderful, thank you. And can you please begin the ATM concession bid opening?
Madam Clerk, did anyone submit for the ATM concession bid?
Not in the office now.
I'm here tonight for it.
Okay. Did you bring materials with you to turn into the clerk? Beautiful. Please bring them up and. Terrific. Sure. All right, so anyone else here to bid on the ATM concession? Right, Ben? No, you might have done this before since you're right in the right spot already. All right, and if you could just announce your name and the name of your business and business address. To the public.
Tiffany Bowden, Coastal ATM, 600 Clifton Avenue, Asbury Park, New Jersey, 07712.
Thank you. Very nice job on filling out our overcomplicated paperwork. And we have a bid secured. All right. Council President, there's a qualified bidder, so we will begin the auction as soon as Adobe PDF allows me to open up the bidder menu.
Okay, thank you.
Does me to remain here or?
Yes, just hang out for just a second for me. So with your paperwork having properly received, Ms. Bowden, as you know, as you saw, the opening bid for this concession. Oh, forgive me, there it is. So the minimum bid opens at $6,000 per year. And so with that, do we have a bid for $6,000 per year? Thank you. And I don't, we do, since you're the only bidder, you have won the concession at $6,000 per year. Thank you for providing ATM services to the Borough of Bradley Beach. And I take it, since you're familiar with Erica, you can find the contract. You have a certain amount of time to do that and you're familiar with those terms, right?
Yep.
Okay, having accepted the bid, bidding is closed and the bid is awarded.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. We have 2 workshop discussion items on the agenda for tonight. One being an ordinance limiting construction hours for the summer season, and the other regarding one-way street designation. Each discussion will be limited to 30 minutes. Would any council members like to start the workshop discussion on an ordinance limiting construction hours for the summer season?
Yes, I'll start. I have absolutely nothing prepared, but I like the concept of limiting construction during the summer. Mr. Cannon, is there a draft at this point of any language we should be considering?
We do not have a draft, but I mean, it would simply be an insertion into the permissible construction in the land development code.
Okay, and we also, would it, whatever we come up with, will it integrate with our existing noise ordinances? Because a lot of those do restrict noise in general. This is specific to construction.
I recall, I think there's some sort of incongruence with the hours, as I recall. We talked about that before. I can certainly take a look at that while we do the former assignment.
Have we discussed, like, okay, I'll throw out, it seems to me that we should define the summer months as Memorial Day to Labor Day. Is that?
I think so, and I think with this, the gist of this is not having work done on Saturdays. Is that what we're doing? We're adding Saturdays?
Well, probably the weekend, Saturday.
Saturday, well, Sunday already does exist, so we're just adding Saturday, if I read this correctly. I think we had something sent to us. Is that right, Cannon?
Forget, I did not send anything to you, so I'm not
Oh,
sure.
okay. I must have read something, maybe it was from the mayor.
I think it was the ordinance from Stone Harbor.
Oh, okay, that must have been it. Okay, so I think what we're looking at is no more work on Saturdays during the summer between Memorial Day and Labor Day.
And again, we may need Sundays and Saturday. and
Okay.
Sunday.
Yeah, well, I get, yeah, I know, we have Sunday now, but
Do we?
yeah, So I think we're just adding another day if I would.
Let's just make sure when we're done, it's the entire weekend. And it would start, when would it start?
I would-
Friday evening?
I would suggest
Saturday morning?
Saturday. The Saturday of Memorial Day weekend.
No, I'm sorry, I meant for the weekend itself.
Oh,
Friday evening, dinner time or
oh,
Saturday?
I think a good place to start is, what is the current ordinance now? I was gonna ask Greg, if you know off the top of your head, which maybe you don't, but maybe somebody out there does. What's the ordinance now? Right now, you're not supposed to work on Sundays, as I understand it. That's our current ordinance. And then, is it 5 o'clock? Is it-
Six.
It's 6 o'clock.
yeah,
Okay, and is
you
that,
can work between 8 AM and 6 PM.
okay. And are we considering changing those hours at all, or just adding like a Saturday?
I think just adding a Saturday
Okay.
during the summer.
Being that this is something that would be enforced by our code enforcement office, I think it would make sense if they were part of the discussion. I don't see them here, but I would wonder, how would we enforce this since we don't have the code enforcement folks aren't working on the weekends, so I'm just curious how that would get enforced. We should, we don't have to solve that now, we should figure
Right,
that out
great
before we
question.
pass something.
It sounds like we have the same issue for Sundays currently, enforcing on the Sunday.
Well, I think enforcing, yeah, I would imagine we do, yeah. But I don't,
Do people ever call the police? Okay, so I guess that would be the way it would be enforced then.
what do you guys do when they?
Yeah, we do enforce.
And you tell like a contractor stop working on Sunday if they didn't know or something, or?
Yeah, so they'll call and say there's someone doing construction on Sunday. Obviously, there's no construction on Sunday, so they'll be told to stop. If we do have to come back, they continue, or they stop for a period of time, they continue, there'll be issues, so we can refer to code. So we'll get their information, the business name, contact person.
Would that be a burden if that got added, like, you're pretty busy on a weekend in the summer, but if that, if this was a situation where the code folks weren't around. Yeah.
So a lot of times, even now during the week, there may not be code here at 7 o'clock, say 7 AM Monday to Friday. So we will go out and enforce that. Current.
Okay, and is that like only on complaint, like if someone complains, or would you just in the normal course if you?
Just a normal course, so a lot of times police are working some of these construction details and. We may arrive early and they've already started their heavy machinery, so they'll be asked to stop the work until 8 AM. We do just routinely on patrol, we'll see it and we'll stop.
I guess the
So
only
the intention here is to add it to the noise ordinance?
good question, I don't know, apparently we have this limitation on Sundays already, which I didn't realize.
Does it exist in the?
It is, but I'm looking through it now. You guys are quoting rules as though they're well known. But I'm finding weekend, which is already any Saturday or Sunday.
Mr.
So right now it says to operate, I'm sorry,
Oh, no, go ahead, Mr. Cannon.
says 310(3)P to operate or cause, this is prohibited activities. To operate or cause to be operated any equipment used in commercial construction, repair, alteration, or demolition work on building structures, streets, alleys. Yada, yada, yada. Between the hours of 6 PM and 8 AM. On weekdays, so you're not allowed to do it, so it's 8 AM to 6 PM on weekdays, you are allowed. And between 6 PM Saturday night and 8 AM Monday morning.
Right, so we're gonna extend it to
Okay.
include Saturday.
To include all of Saturday. Okay.
Yes. During the summer months, so.
And Mr. Cameron, you just read, the Sunday prohibition begins Saturday evening.
At 6 PM, yes.
So my question to the council is, should the Saturday restriction begin Friday?
6 PM, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just have a question, do we know where this came from, like whose idea was this, did the mayor get a bunch of calls, or?
I'm not sure, but I know a lot of beach towns do this, and I think it's a great idea. We kind of live for the summer, and I think having 10 or 12 more quiet Saturdays would be lovely.
Mr. Weber, it was indeed several residents that apparently raised it with the mayor, and so the mayor asked that it be a matter of discussion.
Are there any additional comments by council? All right, not seeing any, I'd like to open the discussion up to the public. There's a limit of 5 minutes per individual. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on the workshop discussion? Mr. Duffy?
As that happens, can I just make sure I have this correct? So we're doing it 6 p.m. Friday to 8 a.m. Monday, all the time. And any day between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Okay. Yes.
No, Saturday, Sunday, not any day. We're just adding
We're just
Saturday.
doing weekends.
Yeah, they can still do work Monday to Friday.
Okay.
That's what was proposed.
Okay, and. So then just Saturday and Sunday year round.
No,
No.
Saturday, we're adding.
So you can do
Saturday.
Saturdays outside the summer. So you're essentially adding Saturdays within the summer.
Yes.
To the prohibition, to say it's the easier way, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Thank you very much.
And please restart the gentleman's time. Thank you.
I need to start it yet.
Perfect.
So make sure we're all talking about the same thing.
Rich Destin, 600 Third Avenue. I was gonna question why this came up. I'm just thinking in terms of construction being limited so many months a year. Having work done on a home, whatever what it is, sure, if there was a house being torn down or excavation equipment on there is one thing, but somebody inside painting a room. How this is worded, that person would be restricted as well. So if somebody's enforcing the law, they see so-and-so's painting company parked in front of somebody's house. To me, it would take an awful lot to do somebody to do that, but you never know. That's the first comment. The next comment I had, what happens if you have a holiday weekend such as 4th of July, is that going to be included or not?
Yes, holidays are included.
The woman in the back. Thank you.
Mia Mullen, 302 Fourth Avenue. I think the question was just asked, what defines construction? Is it just outdoor noise, or can you do things within your home and have a truck or outside from a contractor or in your driveway?
What the attorney just read from the noise ordinance, I didn't memorize it, but it seemed to refer to, certain like machines and things that make noise. I'm sure painting wasn't on the list, right? So we maybe if we're gonna follow, I think as part of the noise ordinance, we could make sure that that's clear. So something like was just brought up, that would be okay, that would be allowed.
Oh, okay. So what wouldn't be okay, not that I'm doing any construction, but when I have, if somebody was doing construction in their home, but using the contractor uses like their driveway to saw pieces of wood or whatever it is that they're gonna bring into the home, they really can't do that. No, they're not doing construction outside, they're doing their prep outside, which might require machinery, and that's, I guess, falls under the noise. Right,
The trigger in the ordinance is operating any equipment.
right, even though the construction or the work is being done within.
Correct.
Okay, I just wondered what it was never defined what construction was when you were having the conversation, and I thought that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tatum?
Julie Titus, 605 North Avenue. Also, that has to be addressed if we go forward with this ordinance. That when they shut down construction for a weekend, 6 o'clock on Friday, that we have to ensure that we're also enforcing not only the noise ordinance, that they shut down work, but that the sites are clean. We have too many sites around town right now that are not being enforced. The properties are dirty, they're unorganized, there's debris everywhere, and also from the safety. And we have to ensure that people are removing roofs they're not piling it around the properties, that it goes into a dumpster. So this has to be all encompassing if we're gonna do it. Let's do it once and let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Meta.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. Finally, the public is bringing up things that were not quite addressed because it's very reach. I echo what was said regarding holiday weekends, but I also think you need to build into it not only that phrase, but there are certain holidays that don't necessarily fall in the summer on a weekend. So that needs to be part of this ordinance. It also was clear about commercial work. So what about, person behind me, sitting there cutting his tiles, at 9 o'clock at night in his driveway? Where does that go over the weekend?
It fits here.
So it's not just commercial, it's homeowner or,
It's tied to the equipment that's being used, the noise levels.
okay, and also, because I know Allenhurst does this, West Allenhurst does this really well. Also has to do with the parking of the vehicles. So I would tend to think that some of that needs to be built in, so somebody doesn't just leave it there, come back Monday morning at 8 AM. And I also would wonder, obviously an emergency and somebody has to do work immediately, I get. But what about the planned emergency, aka the Ocean Park Avenue pipe? I mean, that's going on 24/7 almost now. It's not currently an emergency, it's been sitting here for 9 months, okay? So we band-aided the emergency, but I'm wondering, does this whole thing extend to something that's not a private home or a home? Where are we going with all that? So it just would be nice if we know how much money we spend on ordinances and then realize, oh, we should have added this in. Perhaps we can think it through a little bit better. And instead of just doing a good first step, maybe the first 2 steps.
Thank you. Mr. Shea.
Was that me? I'm sorry.
No, I said I was Eileen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, come on.
I think she is 112 4th Avenue. Not to confuse the issue, I think it's great that we're talking about noise and the respect for the residents to have a quiet weekend. I think we should also consider our landscapers. Because we could have landscaping and blow, the whole thing until 9 o'clock at night. And as long as it's daylight. So I think in conjunction with this, if we could be more prudent about landscaping. And I don't know how you would deal with it. A commercial landscaper versus a homeowner, but there should be some type of limits as to what time either or should that be doing something. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Cohen.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I'm really happy that council is reviewing this. And it is about time. I think some people building houses may say, oh, that's going to slow me down. But when they get into their houses, they'll be appreciative of the ordinance. They will really understand that it's a community thing. I do want to say that painters do use sprayers now. It's run off compressors and pumps. So they're not always quiet. Also, I would hope that we could really be specific in the ordinance revision about holidays. I mean, there was nothing worse than Thanksgiving a couple of years ago where an insulation pump truck pulled up in my neighbor's driveway 9 o'clock on Thanksgiving morning. And, fortunately, the police took care of it. But for an hour, it was insane. So the fact that someone would think they could do that was wrong. So if you could be specific about all the holidays, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments from inside the room? Great, we will move to Zoom. I see Ms. Greenblatt.
Hi, Shauna Greenblatt Janoff, 414 Monmouth Avenue. Yeah, I was also going to mention the professional landscapers. So is that going to be included in the Saturday prohibition?
Well, it's a workshop discussion, so I'd say we would definitely consider it.
Okay, so, and just to go a little bit further, many of us spend our weekends cleaning up our homes, blowing leaves, power washing, things like that. Is there a restriction on homeowners doing those things?
No.
I think, Mr. Cannon, you might be able to correct me here, but Ms. Greenblatt, my understanding is most of our restrictions are tied to the nature of the equipment and the noise. And I don't think that we distinguish, do we, Greg, between
There's no,
commercial and homeowner?
for the construction you do, but we're gonna discuss taking that out. There is nothing addressing landscaping and such.
But the
I imagine
noise,
for the reason that was just cited by the
I guess,
resident, but that's when
but
most
do we,
people mow their lawns.
do we distinguish between commercial and homeowner, or is it just tied to the nature of the noise?
How do you, what do you don't need for landscaping?
For noise. When we said on Sundays, you're not allowed to do things that create noise.
The ordinance currently says commercial construction, so presumably the do-it-yourselfer could work on their own house on a weekend.
But the moment that a handyman is called in to actually do some of those things, is that considered a professional contractor?
That would be commercial then, yeah.
Okay. So, I'm
They say
sorry.
they're a permit license.
So we'll need to consider, do we expand this to be commercial and residential?
Which would actually be very difficult, I think, for residents who work during the week and then spend their weekend taking care of their homes. So that gets a little sticky, I think. But in addition, I guess the bigger question, and this is something that I think we always need to come back to, is how do we advise all of the existing active contractors right now who are building homes and additions and so forth of this change? Because I think something really formal needs to be done in order to advise them, so the residents aren't put in a position of having to rat out their neighbors.
I would imagine that could be done through the code office, like when contractors come to pick up permits or homeowners get permits, but that's why I'd like to have them in the room before we nail this down.
Yeah. I mean, there could be gaps in that as well, because if they're in the middle of no need to go into the office for a permit and a number of weeks go by after Memorial Day and contractors show up on Saturdays, puts the onus on neighbors to have to call it in. So I would recommend that, there be a real plan to follow through with this from the code office or from the borough to make sure that they're all advised. And that includes actually tree companies. Maybe that information also needs to be added, I don't know, added to the shade tree permit application, giving information of when the hours are that companies can come in and do this. So it's, if we put this in place, we really have to make sure we're covering all bases. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other hands raised on Zoom?
I do not see any.
All right, any other further comment by council?
I think these are all great issues raised. I guess I have a bias going into this, so I'm looking forward to discussing it further, but I have a bias going into it that would just control noise. And so I know I'm contradicting what Shauna just said, but I think if your next door neighbor is blowing leaves at 7 in the morning on a Saturday, that would be as problematic to me as if it was a professional contractor. So I just say that so people can think about this as we move forward.
Any additional comments? All right, not seeing any additional comments from the public or council. This workshop discussion is closed. The second workshop discussion for tonight is the one-way street designation. Would any council member like to open up the discussion?
So the public knows what we're talking about. This is one way for Atlantic and Pacific. I believe this was a request that came from a resident to the mayor. I believe.
Okay.
And interestingly, this came up 5 years ago, almost to the day. And I'm perfectly fine with making it Atlantic and Pacific one way, especially if the neighbors think that that's needed. But when I brought this to the chief 5 years ago, I'm just gonna read what he wrote to me. He said, I would recommend in the interest of public safety, a traffic study be performed to assess the necessity and viability of the changes. This would ensure a strict adherence to the standards and specifications outlined in the manual on uniform traffic control devices, which regulates these functions. So, in essence, the chief was saying, fine, just do a traffic study. And I can't imagine that anything's changed that much in the last 5 years. So, and I'm fine with it, almost do a traffic study, but love to hear. Sure.
Yeah, so. James Arnold, I'm a police captain here. I'm also our traffic safety officer. So I had a discussion with the police chief back then 5 years ago. And recently had a discussion with the police chief, being the traffic safety officer. So again, it's his recommendation that we do not change those roadways to one-way streets. We had a long discussion about it. We all know anytime we change signs, add signs, change direction of travel, change speed limits, it adds confusion. Okay, and a lot of times, if we're gonna change something to a one-way, there should be a reason. We did do a traffic study. At that point, I review all our accident reports, every single one of them. We have 2 roadways there that hardly ever have an accident. We have no speeding issues there. There would be no reason to turn them into one-way roads at this point in time. Also, anytime you start to divert traffic from one area, it may be less there, but it has to go somewhere. So some people may see less traffic, but you're gonna have other residents there that are gonna see more traffic. And without actually seeing it being done and experiencing it as residents, I don't think they understand how much it's gonna change for the. And when I look at it, there are certain areas it's hard to picture it, but on Pacific Avenue, if you're between Evergreen Avenue and Monmouth Avenue, currently, there's 4 ways to get to your house. If they changed it to a one-way, I'm assuming it would be a one-way going south there. You would only have one way to get to your house, and that's Evergreen Avenue. You no longer can get there down Burlington, Bradley Boulevard, Monmouth. Won't be able to get there. You'll only get there on Evergreen. There's gonna be other blocks there as well. If you're coming from the beach, you currently can get to your house 4 different ways. That could go down to one way, or only 2 ways to get to your residence. So the chief's recommendation is that we don't change it. Like I said, we don't have accidents, we have no speeding issues there, done traffic studies in the past.
And just for clarity, I don't think that, well, the chief didn't say no to this, he just said this was again 5 years ago, the traffic study. And I thought that was it. He said do a traffic study and then there was nobody else wanted to do a traffic study, didn't want to come to the council and spend the money and all that stuff. So I believe that traffic study did not happen at that time.
We did do a study where we looked at accidents on those roadways and we were doing speeding posts there to check for speeding as well.
Okay, so that's considered a traffic study because it seemed like.
On behalf of, please, as much as we could do accidents and check for speeding.
Because he's referencing his manual on the uniform traffic control, so I just thought there was more involved money in the council, and that's why I didn't go in there, so.
I mean, I guess you could get into maybe engineering, measuring roadways, so on and so forth, but there's nothing saying that because of the current width of those roadways, that they must become a one-way, that there's nothing.
And I think that's where the residents are coming from, because they're kind of narrow. And maybe in the past, there weren't wall-to-wall cars on each side, but now there probably are, there's more people living around and stuff. So it just seems narrower, even though there is maybe technically room for traffic to go 2 ways and have cars. So I think that's where it's coming from, that it just feels narrow where it would be safer.
I mean, I think it's our opinion that, there was validation there, there's accidents or speeding issues that we're seeing, maybe it's something we should look into, or not to get there. And I think by changing it, it's been that way my whole career. There haven't been issues, and to change it, go ahead and change it. I think it could potentially add confusion and there could be more accidents. And you may get some people that might, you know, oh, I'm only 2 driveways away from that road, I can just sneak out and then there's an accident.
Right.
Because, you know, it went, like I said, 4 ways to get to their house and now I have 1. And it's an inconvenience, so I'm gonna sneak out. And we see that currently.
Yeah, I feel sometimes too, I'm on one-way streets and people kind of blow down because they know no one's gonna come the other way. I see it on Newark Avenue a lot where people really pick up the speed. So I'm very cautious on Atlantic and Pacific. And like you said, there hasn't been any issues with accidents, so
And because it is somewhat narrow, that does add to slowing
yeah,
traffic. You know, there's a
Okay.
stop sign every block.
thank you for that insight.
I'm curious, Captain, one of the reasons, I haven't had a chance to talk to residents on either of these streets. Obviously, at least 1 or 2 have asked this question. Is a potential concern being the narrowness of the streets when you have cars parked there that you almost only have width for 1 car at a time? So if you have cars coming from opposite directions, you know, one has to pull over. I mean, is that an issue?
It could be, you know, I don't know, the residents, their concerns, I'm sure that's probably one of them, but like I said, you know, we saw accidents, parked cars being hit, sideswiped, you know, maybe it's a concern, we should look into it. We're not seeing that.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council? I'd like to open this up to the public for public comment, limited to 5 minutes per individual. Start with this gentleman right here.
Patrick Freeman, 26 Atlantic Avenue, Bradley Beach. I am on one of the streets that this happens all the time, and I have to disagree with the captain there. Because most cars are like 6 feet wide. Got cars on Pacific and Atlantic Avenue parked on both sides. 2 cars coming down the street, it doesn't work. Our streets are 20 feet across. I've measured them every morning when I take my walk, and we're like the only streets that don't have 1 ways. You got, you would know this, Captain, all the streets, most of the streets are 1 way going the other way or going this way. I don't care which way it goes. It's very dangerous. And then we come out on the Evergreen, which also should be a 1-way street. It's very dangerous. We actually make U-turns to get out of our block instead of going to Evergreen, because it's so dangerous to make that turn there. And I appreciate that the police department has taken action on that street. Because people speed down that street, they speed down my street, and Pacific is even worse than Atlantic. You go down that street and people are coming in from Bradley Boulevard, they're not slowing down. You know, it's very dangerous. So I'd like to see something done with that, and I don't think it's a problem if you gotta go to another block to go to your house. That's tough. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There you go, 218-4. Just as a practical matter, whatever ordinance is passed, there's a lot of construction affecting the curbs, which is great. I'm not complaining about that at all. It's just that roads are closed when that happens, and I assume we're gonna have more of that on other streets. And when you think about the one way and then roads closed, just if you're gonna pass something restrictive, I don't mean that in a bad way, maybe do it after that construction's done or after the season. That's the only thing. And I'll just make a comment because I live on 4th and Central. Central's a 1-way street. A couple times now when I've turned left on the Central to get to my driveway, I've got people racing up the wrong road. I'll let you guys know that too. You know, I made that mistake once, I forgot, but I mean, it's just dangerous, and I'm sure it happens on other 1-way roads too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, it's S. Vincent Penland of 3rd Avenue. A few years back, there was a mayor's request to have 3rd Avenue be made for 1-way traffic and to have diagonal parking and invested by knowledge to provide more parking for the merchants on Main Street to extend the park. There were 3 workshops. In those 3 workshops, it was shown to the public a diagram where the extension of the park was going to be made. And when the construction started, there was a mistake made. Excuse me. One mistake made was that the park was extended a great deal. Now, how much is a great deal? I don't know, but if you're just taking a guess, looks like perhaps 3 or 4 house widths or more. But extended, and then lo and behold, oh, we made a mistake, we'll have to make the street one way. So I voiced my opinion that there should be, thank you, Captain. There should have been a survey on how that was going to impact the rest of the neighborhood. I was belittled by our township engineer by commenting on that. And his answer was, I showed the plan to somebody in our office and they said it was okay. That was the traffic study. Now, what happens? What was the result of this one-way street? Thank you, Jane. If the street is one way, if it's wider, it's going to be faster traffic. One illustration of that, it was 2 weeks ago, a week ago, something like that. The Tesla S, I don't know if anybody knows that car. I've driven one. It's insane. Now, whether that was the plaid version or not, I don't know, but certainly it wasn't. Came down Hammond, like most people, didn't stop. As a matter of fact, went around the corner pretty fast. In fact, we floored it. Has anybody driven a Model S? Okay. I did some rough measurements in my mind of how far that is, and I looked up online. That car from where it ended up had to be going 70 miles an hour. Now, when he got to his house, he lives on the block. He didn't get it right with braking. He should have broken a little bit sooner, because there was a squeal of the tires as he entered, and it drive insanely good brakes as well. Anyway, so yes, traffic goes a lot faster. Does it impact the neighborhood? Absolutely. We have 10-fold, 20-fold increase in commercial trucks going down Hammond now. Some of them as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. So, thank you again, Captain. There has to be traffic studies on impacts. And if a contractor makes a mistake that impacts the neighborhood the way it has been, it should have been accountable and go into the plan as presented to the public 3 times, not once, twice, but 3 times. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Hartman.
Wilma Parker, 27 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn Beach. First of all, I want to thank the police chief and the officers who so kindly gave us their attention and their time and their expertise when some of us came because of speeding on Evergreen and when we raised this question. So I thank you, and I know that you are giving attention to that, which is sincerely appreciated. And I just, if you would also take a look at this, it would be sincerely appreciated also. Thank you.
Ms. Chisholm. Oh, sorry, once again.
Lean Shishias, 112 Fourth Avenue. Just to add to all of this, it seems like that's what I've been doing tonight so far. I think speeding is a problem throughout town. I know I live on 4th Avenue. Once they pass that stop sign, it goes straight down to the ocean. I can't begin to tell you the speed that we have seen vehicles, motorcycles roaring down, just roaring down the road. It's a universal problem throughout town. I don't know how you can control it better, but something really needs to be done about it before somebody seriously gets hurt. And I know there are some municipalities, I used to live in Mercer County, and when you drove through Pennington Borough, you knew you didn't go over the speed limit. You just knew it. And if you were invited to a house party in that area, on the invitation, it says, obey the speed laws because they're strictly enforced. And I think we would like to have our speed limits strictly enforced like that, so we're known. Years ago, when I was a teenager in town, we used to have speed traps. And you would be able to stop cars that way. I don't know how you do it now, but I don't think it's not being, or speed limits are not being enforced. Thank you for listening to me.
Yeah, Mr. Taylor.
That is 605 North Avenue. There's one thing I want to bring up is, Mr. Noble and I did our own little speed test one day. And our speed limit is 25 miles per hour on North Avenue. Believe it or not, so Jane's going 25 miles per hour. I swear I thought she was doing like 40, 50. So maybe the point is that our speed limits are too much and they really need to be dropped down. And I don't know if you guys agree with that, officer, that maybe they need to go down to 15. Because I couldn't believe, right, we were stunned, because I felt like it was like, whoop, she just like flew by. So maybe we have to look at the entire town and lowering the speed limits and also speed bumps. I think we need speed bumps everywhere, because I live on, Main Drive where everybody wants to get out or get in. So, maybe it's just overall safety to maybe consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. The woman in the front.
Good evening. How is everybody this evening? My name is Beth Mepler. I reside at 504 Central Avenue here in town. And I'm inquiring, I was observing at home and has anybody indicated where the mayor is this evening?
On vacation.
His absence? I just passed him and up at the beach with my sister, and we acknowledged each other with the head bow. He was very uncomfortable this evening. And I'm just wondering why it's May 10th. And we are all sitting here and we don't have a budget. And our mayor is
I'm so sorry, but this has to be restricted to the discussion items. There is a public comment on agenda items, which you can bring up about the budget.
I made my point.
Yeah.
And the other point is I'd like to make it known that I would like to reiterate my availability to sit on a 3-person council. That would be required.
Ma'am,
to
again,
review the
your
bill.
discussion has to be pertaining to one-way streets.
I made my point.
Thank you. Mia.
Mia Mullen, 302 Fourth Avenue. I just want to piggyback off of what Julie said. So I would be fine with the speed limit going down. It'd be really hard for me to abide by it, but I do try because I respect my neighbor. But the speed bumps, I used to think that could be the answer, but I've had people tell me in other towns that when those go in, now you hear thump, thump, thump. So we were talking about noise before. And I'm not sure where people's bedrooms are, but if it faces out onto the road where the speed bumps are, you might hear that bump, bump, bump. It could be a bump in the middle of the night, so I don't know if we can do a study on that, how much noise comes from speed bumps, because if people don't abide by the speed bumps and they fly over them still at the 25 miles an hour, probably still, you're gonna hear the thump, thump, thump. So just be careful, because I'm on 4th Avenue where we are about to pave the street. And I thought, oh, it's an opportunity to put speed bumps in last year. And then someone reminded me about the potential noise in doing that. I'm like, I don't know if that could be annoying, like during all day long.
Thank you.
But over the speed limit, that might be.
Did you know?
Yeah, real quick, I'm glad Mr. Titus brought that up. And their speed study, so a lot of people don't realize it. A lot of these roadways, especially more Pacific, Atlantic, some of those narrow roadways. If you go 25 miles an hour, or even, I'm sure plenty of us here, on 30 and 25, that will look extremely fast. As far as lowering speed limits, I'm sure Greg knows, that is governed by the state statute. That 25, so we wouldn't be able to just take it upon ourselves to lower the speed. Unfortunately.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 3rd Avenue. I think on this issue of Atlantic and Pacific, it's really the roadway standards. I mean, I've been in this room for land use board meetings, and Ben Matlock did a presentation about parking, and he said the parking standard is 8 feet. So that's 8 feet on each side. And then at the land use board, they said we need a 24-foot cartway. So really, the right of way should be 40 feet for a 2-lane road, and let's just make it about mathematics. If the road doesn't have accidents, but it doesn't really function, is it really a safe road? I mean, I pulled over numerous times and I have a mid-size SUV to let people go by on it. So I think we really should have Mr. Matlock just look at it for the road standards. And if it doesn't meet the 2-lane cartway requirement after you have eight feet of parking on either side, then it really should be changed. And also with regard to the speed limit, then I'm just questioning, Captain, how does Spring Lake have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit on their main street?
I don't know how they got that, but.
They violate the state standards?
I don't know.
Okay.
You have to show, so the traffic study that's been talked about, there's obviously the traffic study the police do for safety purposes and things. Traffic study is also a term of art, as you pointed out, that the engineer with the uniform manual the chief was talking about 5 years ago, in order to change many of the traffic regulations that were discussed here tonight, have to be studied in more or less the way you described. Compare that standard to where it's at, and if you can show certain intersections, uses, things that are within the area, you can drop the speed limit down. But if you ever notice, they're like in a lot of 15s are on private property, they're not really public streets that you see. The ones you do see are 15. I don't know if Spring Lake may have been able to prove some special circumstance. But that's what's required to go below the 25 for sure. And I'm not sure, as Captain pointed out, a lot of those standards would apply to some of the just straight residential streets that are 20+ feet wide.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree with the previous folks about speed bumps. You know, we've had this pilot program of speed bumps for the last 8 months, and it really isn't working. So I think we should just not have any more speed bumps. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments inside the room? And we will go to Zoom. Paul Nishamkin?
Paul Nishamkin, 411.5 Lorraine Avenue. I just wanted to mention that Hoboken switched to a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit about 6 months ago. So I'm not sure exactly the process in getting that through, but I will mention that for about 5 years, what they did before they lowered it officially, they basically had a large public relations campaign with signage and their parking stickers, et cetera, all suggesting that instead of going the speed limit, which used to be 25, that you go 20 miles an hour. And they effectively were able to actually slow down traffic just through publicity. And basically by showing people how accidents had been reduced by people going slower. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nazario?
Hi, Anita Nazario, 116 Newark Avenue. I'm not sure how difficult this would be, or if it applies to other places in town, but is there a way for us to lift the stop sign at the corner of Newark and Beach to a higher level? With so many people driving SUVs and taller vehicles, the stop sign is really not visible, and people tend to speed on Newark Avenue anyway, and they really tend to blow through that stop sign. And I can't guarantee that it's because they don't see it, but it's really not clearly visible.
Thank you. And the final comment, Don's iPhone. Don, are you there?
There we go. Yeah, it wasn't unmuting for me. Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Avenue. So about the speed limits, you can bring it down to 20. I live half the year in Princeton, and we just did a major thoroughfare, Witherspoon Street, which kind of bisects the town. It was 25. People rarely went under 35, so it can be done. Again, I'm not sure what the process is, but it can be done if you want to bring it down to 20. And what the other people said about speed bumps is true. They're noisy. They don't really tend to work. If, people in big SUVs, they don't even feel them. What a better solution might be is you have to signal to the people on the street that you shouldn't go fast, and you can do that with striping. Depending on the street, you can do that with Center Island. but you can make the street a little narrower in sections so people won't speed. There's lots of different ways to do it other than speed bumps. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the,
Any other additional comments by council? Right. Not seeing any additional comments from the public or council, we will consider this workshop discussion closed. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to, well, first, does everyone get a chance to read the April 21st minute?
yes.
Is there a motion to approve the April 21st, 2023 budget workshop meeting minutes?
Motion to approve April 21st, 2023 budget workshop meeting minutes.
Great, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox, absent.
All right, I should have asked this in the beginning. Did everyone get a chance to read all the minutes that were provided to us? All right. Is there a motion to approve the April 26, 2023 council meeting minutes? Would you like to make the motion?
Yes.
Or is there a second?
Second. Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox, absent.
Is there a motion to approve the April 26, 2023 executive session minutes?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second. Wow. Mr. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox, absent.
Wonderful. I would like to open up the meeting for public comments pertaining to May 10th agenda items only. There is a 5-minute limit and a single instance to speak per participant, whether in person or virtual. Is there anybody who would like to comment on the May 10th agenda items only? Ms. Meta?
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park Condos. I've not moved in the last half hour. But the meeting is moving along, it's a good thing. I'd like to address the bill list. Not a surprise. This bill list was shocking to me. And I look at the four of you, and I encourage you not to pass the bill. I'll just take you through a few things that I find offensive. The bulk of which is, all of a sudden, we've reverted to a lack of information. We're not morons. And it is insulting. Building maintenance, what building? Pick a page, any page, it's probably there. General supplies, for what department, for where? Pick a page, they're there. The fact that on page 1, we're spending $28,000 on contracts. Does not seem to be the best way to spend our tax dollars, especially when we're having financial issues. You can go to page 2, $5,800 on the meters, really? Especially when the previous budget discussion, I said, why are you taking all 100% of the income from the parking meters and putting it into the general fund? And I never got an answer from the person in that budget. Again, I want to know where there are meters that you can take all of it and not consider it part of the beach utility. And then we're spending $5,800 on meters. I don't own stock in Johnson & Johnson, maybe I should, but to move $5,800 is a lot of money. We're constantly paying at 9 o'clock. Do we like have an issue and a problem with lots? Almost every single bill list. That's a little odd to me. Because maybe we're not getting the right materials. But again, what building? If we were given information, maybe we'd understand that we're doing lots for one building now, and perhaps next month we're doing lots for another building, but we don't get any of that information. You know, I can jump to page 5, equipment, vehicle maintenance, what vehicles? These are not a lot of monies, but when you put them all together, it's a huge amount of money going to Monarch Election. history of the capital improvements, really, and then again, building maintenance. What buildings are needing new electrical stuff? This information should be on the bill list. We're not allowed to see the invoices. But we need to know for where this stuff is going. And the fact that, I mean, maybe you all know this. And just accept it. But if you don't know where this money is going, I beg you not to approve it. And let's go down to page 10. We have a history of payroll problem. This is why we went to paychecks 2 BAs ago. And then 1 BA ago, and then, no, we're now gonna get rid of paychecks. We're gonna have the bank do it. But now we're paying this Pine Point over $6,000. And it's for contracts, office supplies, miscellaneous. This is all on page 10, I believe. And to add insult to injury, we have the bank doing our payroll, and we have a part-time payroll clerk. Just simply put, it's disgusting, it's offensive, and you are the stewards, I'll just speak for myself, of my money. And you need to step up to the plate and do the job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something, Ms. Meadow, before you go? I don't dispute that there could be more detail, but I assure you, I've gone back and looked at, like, in my first council term, there's way more detail on these than there was several years ago. Not saying that makes it okay, I'm just saying there is more
Okay,
detail
so
than.
how many years ago was your first term when you looked for detail?
Right, so,
Okay,
you know.
so I'm
5,
just
6
saying,
years
maybe
ago.
we now need to, we've been here more than 5, 6 years. I'm
Understood.
just saying, whatever it is, baby step 5, 6 years ago, I'll even take that, although I think you've been here longer. It needs to be required. It's lazy work. And you're getting that statement from a bookkeeper.
Okay, I understand. And then on the first page, you seem concerned with the amount that we're doing in contracts. And I want to make sure you understand that the government management advisors, those first few things that add up to $10,000, that's what is that what the
Yes.
concern? Okay, that's what we're paying for Greg Fehrenbach. And I will assure you, we're getting our money's worth with Greg. And we're getting him at a good deal. But yes, he does have to charge us.
So would it be so hurtful to say,
Greg Fehrenbach.
no, you don't need to, I know we're not supposed to mention names, and I didn't, but could it not be business administrator, I mean, contracts?
I would imagine,
Like,
it could be, but I just wanted to let you know.
okay, but could be, and maybe more importantly, should be.
Should. Leave that.
Mr. Perribuck, I have a question. I know you're new to us, but do you have a sense for how flexible the admin system is? When Ms. Meadow was saying she'd like to know what building we're changing locks on, do we have that flexibility to code a particular building in, or are these like pre-assigned account names?
I have never seen it. And this is the way Edmunds produces reports. And it's like this for over 300 municipalities in New Jersey.
I'm only speaking as prior accounts payable. No, he's correct.
So if we said building maintenance and they were charged.
Yeah, no, I
it's
mean,
hard to
if
say
you want
what
to put in the description, as long as there was room, say, I don't know, DPW building, you could do that, like you could do it that way.
But it may or may not print it.
Yeah.
depending on how
But
long it
again,
is.
if there's not enough room, it may not be printed, or it may cut off.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Shishio.
Two things I want to bring to the attention. Number one, is it appropriate to talk about is this the appropriate time to talk about the beer license?
Yes, that is an agenda item.
Councilwoman DeMarco, I know that you were representing the council on the Memorial Day parade. Could you please explain to me the backstory as to
having a beer garden at the Memorial Day?
No, I can't, Mr. Hughes. This is your time for comment, so please feel free to comment, and I'm sure the administration can get back to you with any questions. but I don't
Okay,
want to-
my comment is that I am against having a beer garden on the boardwalk. During the Memorial Day parade, I think it, first of all, I think that it gives an impression to our young families that in order to have a good time, you have to have alcohol. And I know years ago, they said that they didn't feel as though it was appropriate to have alcohol during Memorial Day festivities because it was a time when you were supposed to remember fallen people, and we know what can happen at a beer garden. And I just don't think it's a healthy environment, and I'm really upset about it, and it doesn't make for a positive experience. And I hope that you vote no for not having the beer garden. I think your liability will be tremendous. On that note, I noticed today about the Memorial Day posters, and it says Bradley Beach Government. It doesn't say who the sponsors are. It doesn't say to this day, we still don't know who the members are. And did the council actually vote to have this festival? Was there a vote? But meanwhile, on the poster, it says Bradley Beach Government. I'd like to know, it's my understanding you're the representative for it. Could you please explain to me?
Mr. Fehrenbach is taking your question.
But why can't you answer my
Because this
question?
is public comment, so it's your time,
comment.
and thank you for your comment.
Okay, thank you. Oh, the bill list. One thing about the bill list, it says on page 2, oak tree sheds and gazebos. $18,950 for one 10 set of blocks. Look, 10 sets of lockers for $18,950. And then it says, the next line, it says total batch, $23,787. I don't understand the discrepancy.
I added them up. Like added these before it to the 18,000 when you got it.
Okay, and then I noticed that there was another on the bill list for one locker, $1,895 for one locker. Does anybody know?
Probably a box of 3 lockers.
Okay, so the 20, how many lockers is that then? Is that? I'm not-
33.
Pardon me?
34. There's 3 lockers in one box. And there's 10 lockers altogether. That would be 33 lockers. 30? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had 11.
We did have 11.
Okay, sorry, yeah, so you're right, it's 30.
30 lockers?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Right, I thought so, yeah.
Ms. Backstrom.
I am a little different in my thinking versus my friends Irene and Nancy. I don't really care that you bought a Chevy Spark Plug for $100. I mean, I think, there was no transparency, and then we get to this, which is, a lot of stuff. What I would like to see is, I do agree with the comments made about either change the descriptors to be more clear or offer a glossary in the back that explains all that, if that help people. But I guess what I'm interested in is, this is a short time period, 10 days, 2 weeks, I don't know. I'm more interested in trends. I don't want to sit here and look at line by line. That's just me. But I want to know trends. However you bucket things, right? And these are going to need to be bucketed a little better. All the friggin' car parts, right? Together it came to $3,000, right? Well, how, how does that compare to at least prior year, if not the year before? And if there's, something out of whack, people go, oh, what is that? You can explain it. So there's just, to me, this is, it's, I don't know. I personally can't think of anything more painful than to go through this line by line. I appreciate having it. I just think it could be presented in a much more strategic fashion, and there would be context, year on year context or other types of, we had the pandemic in 2020, that's why you're seeing that fine. So I'm not quite sure, appreciate this, and also longer periods. I don't need week on week. So that's me. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mia?
So I have a question regarding the agenda, but a comment.
I'm sorry, Mia, can you just? say
Oh,
your name?
302,
Thank you.
302 Fourth Avenue.
Thanks.
Just a general comment. We all come here to participate as members of the community. We're not presenting to the King's Court. We're here to hear what's going on within our community and know what our fellow residents have on their mind. So if somebody has a general question like, did you vote on this change as part of your jobs to make the change? A yes or no does not add to the 5 minutes of time, or even if it does, then the 5 minutes gets cut off. So why you're so insistent now, whereas in January, February, before I stopped coming here for my surgery, you were answering questions, and I thought that was a really good kickoff for the year. There was more community and people got to understand why things were changing in the town. Now we've got to wait a week for an email that I don't know who puts that together with the answers, and only people who read the email are going to see it. We all come here, we're putting in our personal time. We sacrifice our dinners with our families and friends to come here because we find purpose in coming here. But you don't give us the purpose if you don't respond to the simplest of questions. And I'm staring at you, Mary. I'm so sorry, but you're just, it's like you look down upon the person who's asking a yes or no question. I'm not asking you to give a dissertation or a background that might be too complicated, or the question I was asked before, did you vote on it? We should know if you voted on it or if it's not part of your job. No, that's not something we do. That's something that the mayor makes the decision on. Great, now we all know it, we all came here, it's on video, it's recorded. So I just can't understand why that suddenly had stopped because you didn't want to be cornered on, are you doing your job? Really what it came down to tonight when I saw that example before. Please reconsider allowing us to be a part of this meeting and getting our answers when we come here. The one thing I noticed on the agenda was this thing about rental of beach umbrellas and chairs. This is not a resort community. I was surprised to see that. Maybe this has come up before, I just haven't been around. But I feel like we're trying to turn this into a resort community, or a resort town, not community. It can become an eyesore is how I view it. I wouldn't want it on my beach where I go to the beach. I don't think any other beaches along, maybe Asbury has it because they do have the big hotels and it's a totally different type of community. But I don't think there's any other towns along Jersey Shore, north of Manasquan, that are renting chairs to the general public, where the people who live on that beach are going to have the extra traffic of people who just kind of travel. I just think it's encouraging that type of change in the fabric of our community where now we're trying to turn it into a resort town. This is not a resort town, it's a community town. It comes up at every meeting with the hotels and motels, the beds and breakfasts, and now we're going to have people renting chairs and umbrellas. Just think it changes the fabric of the community. I am curious, but you will not probably answer this question. Does the town benefit from if you're not going to listen to me, if there are going to rent chairs, beach umbrellas and chairs, is there anything in it for the town? Is it anything that's measurable that really makes any sense to now put this eyesore in the middle of the beach and take up space for our local residents?
Sure, I'd like to answer that for you.
I'm glad you're loud.
Somebody else chairs the, the meeting, so
Yeah.
you ask and you get permission. We you benefit from that by its concession, so somebody's gonna stand here, just like that woman got the concession for what, $6,000, so.
That's not really an eyesore, right?
Okay, but let me just, so we've had this every year, we've had it last year before, they operated Brindley with an option to do it at Evergreen and. Newark, for some reason, 2 or 3 years ago, they operated out of Lorraine instead of Brindley, but they had a little shed on the beach of Lorraine when it was on my street, Lorraine, and. You know, it's like a little, like a locker thing, and the beach chairs and umbrellas went in there and people.
Okay,
They
don't
rented
get me
it.
wrong, I just pictured, I didn't know that that was there, because it's not on my street, but I'm like, I would not want that. My beach is just not enough room to sit as it is, and you're gonna have all these
Well,
display chairs. out.
Yeah, I think it lets people, I think the chairs stay until, somebody goes and rents them, it's not like they put them all out and rent the space or something, but. It's a public beach after all, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's a concession that we've had for years, and the reality is, we used to get a lot more money for adding up all the concessions on the beachfront, we used to get a lot more money than we do now. You just heard that we had a Newark Avenue, the food concession at Newark Avenue, nobody was even here to bid on it. It was just a few years ago, we would get, totaling all of our things together, was $90,000. We get substantially less than that now, so, I mean, you could say beach badge revenue's up or something like that, but concession revenue's down, so, but then, I know, it's not a fourth, so maybe you're thankful, again, Brindley, options on Evergreen and Newark, if I'm remembering.
Okay, I wasn't aware, so I apologize for that, fine. Thank you for answering the question.
Thank you for
Mia,
your
can I
comment.
just, if I may say something about the questions that are answered by email, just so you know. I received the question, of course, which I already have logged in because I'm here at the meeting, obviously. And then I also received the answer that that person got. I'm not the one that sends the answer, but I received the answer that the person. So what happens is when I get all of that, I do put it in that particular meeting's minutes. So when they're posted on the website, but I don't want you to think like it just goes, okay, that's it, bye-bye, disappears. It is put in minutes.
But it's very
So-
dismissive the way Meredith addressed.
Thank you for your comments,
No,
ma'am.
I just.
Any other comments from the public right now? Mr. Cohen?
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I did have one question for the clerk. I didn't hear you read the Zoom interruption disclaimer tonight. I thought that was gonna be. That's gonna be regular.
Pay attention.
I got it. I'm too busy setting up the camera. Anyway, I want to go through this quickly without asking any more questions. This alcohol sales in parks that are restricted in the ordinance, I have a big problem with it. These are family events. They're not alcohol events. I would request that the council vote no to resolution 146 and no to 148. The 130th anniversary is a minimal number of hours in a confined space with mostly residents who are going to walk home, and most of all, no children. So I find that we have all kinds of operations where people can get alcohol, should not ever be in a park. I find that highly offensive. I would also like to say that I don't believe you should approve the municipal budget tonight, the introduction, because there should have been another workshop, and since the word was sent last time that it wasn't appropriate, there should be a workshop where we can look at real numbers. I've been to a number of towns reviewing their systems, and they are excellent. So they are very forthright, very breaking down 50 slides, not 8 slides. It's really terrible. So I would advise you to vote no on that. And I was wondering, I guess it's a question. Will Mr. Pernbeck, will we be voting on the authorization of the roof system tonight?
I do not believe so, no.
Oh, okay, great. That's good to know. On the beach rates, I would hope that you're gonna do $12 for the daily. We need to maintain our surplus. And people forget, a couple years ago, the surplus was 15,000 going into the summer. 1 year during Mayor Amistad's term. Unfortunately, we had a great summer because I was nervous for the taxpayers. So I'd like to maintain that surplus and charge $12. I don't understand why we're doing a weekly badge. It's silly. It's more work. It's more badges. It just doesn't make any sense administratively, but then again, I'm just a member of the public. I would recommend a late season veg at a discounted rate after August 1st. Some towns do that currently, and that is another way to handle it. So that would be my comment on that one, and I just want to try to beat the buzzer here. On the bills list, I had one thing that I thought was a little odd. I'm just curious what it was. It is page 9 into page 10. It's titled Monmouth University Inc. 1 camera and recording, $700. It's under events. It just seems like a lot to spend on an event. I just thought it was an unusual request. And also, I find it interesting that just the legal fees on here from the Bernstein Group for Oprah reviews are $4,890. I haven't really done very many, so I don't understand how the numbers that high. But thank you very much, Councilman.
Any other people? Gentleman in the back.
Good evening. Mike Zolkowski, co-owner of CBLC, also known as Valley Group Project, 714 Main Street. As I predicted, I wanted to come here and share some actual facts about the resolutions that we have on the agenda for the 3 beer gardens that were mentioned. I did want to just kind of make a couple comments around these events. So the approval of these kinds of events are just one of the few small legal privileges that we have given to us by the ABC. They are basically a lifeline for a business in an industry that already is 20% down year over year, including us here in Bradley Beach. As most of you know, if you follow the news, liquor license renewal and changes are in the works right now. And breweries are sort of not on the top of the list in terms of getting some of these privileges. And so when we do have some of these one-off privileges that exist legally, we try to take advantage of them, especially when we're trying to continue doing business as the business that we've established. When we submit approvals for these types of events, they go through the ABC, what's called the POSSE website. It's their formal approval and permitting process. It requires us to submit both a sketch of the event, how the beer gardens can be fenced in, what are our security measures, how much police and first aid is on hand, how will our bartenders and beer tenders serve. They all have to be what's called tip certified, meaning they're legally allowed to serve, and they've gone through a 4-hour training to make sure that they can serve. So there's a very rigorous process for us to even submit the permit into there. Once the permit is submitted, it goes to both the chief of police within town. And by the way, the chief of police and the police department have approved all 3 of these so far, depending on the city council approval. Additionally, we work through all that ourselves as a business. There's no input from the town in terms of having to spend any money. We pay for the permits, we work the entire process. Of the 3 festivals, 2 of the festivals, we were approached by either the township or entities within the township to support those festivals. And the 3rd one was publicly advertised in a newspaper for vendors to show up and ask if they want to be a part of the festival. So that's what we did. And so we were simply responding to that ad and responding to other requests to be a beer garden one of these fests. The 2 that where we were requested to join had other vendors that were being considered, and we actually politely said, take your time, make the decision, decide who you want to go with. Here's how we would do it. This is what you could do. And both of them came back and said, we'd like for you guys to do it. And so that's how we arrived at those 2 events as well. In similar situations, there were 2 of the festivals that happened last year, were Park Fest 2020, 2022, and Latin Fest 2022, which were both approved by the council, and both went extremely successful. So while there might be some concerns from the public here around the interest of having a beer garden at a festival like this, we had over 400 people at the Park Fest Beer Garden. So I can tell you there are people that are interested in the service that we're providing. What I'll end with is that our goal is simple. It's to create a fun, festive environment that our customers and folks that we interact with are asking for. I've had numerous folks come up to us on these 3 festivals saying that they're very glad that this is happening and that it's bringing something different to the borough. It is not a drink fest. It's not for people to get drunk. We very much monitor what is going on. We have ID checks on a regular basis. There are certain pass rules, et cetera. And so, again, our goal is really to create that kind of environment, expose our community to the things that we do on a regular basis, and try to bring other folks into town to experience what the town has to get. So That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for the time. Yeah,
Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it. When you coming in, when you said for one of them, you got approached by the town, another entity in town. I'm imagining it was business community, alliance, right? Okay, so, and one was in the newspaper, but you said there's one you were applying for, but there are other groups. You said, take your time, and they looked at all the groups. So you said, then they, like you said, they picked you. Who's they?
so the BBCA, so when we were talking about the 130th anniversary, they came to us and said, hey, we really want to do a beer garden here for the event. We know that you're allowed to do that. You have a license and the permitting ability to do that. We said, we'd love to do that. And they said, we're also doing a sort of wine tent. So you got a beer tent and a wine tent, right? And so that was another thing that they were considering and doing. I'm not sure how they were going to do that. I didn't get into the details of how they were going to get a permit for the ABC for that tent, how they're going to approach it, et cetera. But I know that there was a consideration for doing something other than just our beer garden. And so we said, no problem, we respectfully understand. Here's how we would approach a beer garden. Here's what you want to do. Tell us where you want to land. And they came back to us and said, we want to move forward with you guys.
All right, and so maybe you can answer this, because there's 7 places, I think, in town with liquor licenses. So do you feel like they all had people shot at this, or like?
I think so, because even in the 130th anniversary one, I think there was a request for any member of the alliance to be a vendor at that event. And so if they choose to, and they leaned in, I'm sure they had, they would have. I think there was with the alliance approaching us, we're simply pretty active members. So we provide feedback, we interact with them on a regular basis. So I think it might have been natural for them to ask us as well.
I also had a question too.
Yeah.
You mentioned one of the 3 events, there was a newspaper advertisement. Which event was that?
The Memorial Festival, the weekend festival.
And I think you did just answer this question. I just want to make sure. The problem that I'm going to have as I decide my vote tonight is that I also found out this week that this was planned. So when Councilman Weber asked, and again, I do appreciate you coming tonight. I spoke to another one of those liquor license owners who said they did not have an opportunity. So my angst is not about getting in your way, your business. I want your business to succeed. My angst is that the council has to represent the entire borough, our residents and our Main Street businesses.
Sure.
And if a process takes place without involving the council, which is exactly what's happened, it makes it difficult for us to sit here. And after all the other machinations that have been done, after you've jumped through hoops, after whether it be the BBBCA or other members, you said other members of the government have, reached out to you and encouraged you to do this, and perhaps others. I can't even tell you, I'm saying this for the benefit of the public, I can't even tell you who is on the Memorial Day Committee, because the Memorial Day Committee, this is answering the question that was asked earlier, never approached the council, never approached the council that I'm aware of. Perhaps I missed the meeting. And it's a bit frustrating that we have to approve everything, and I'm not picking on you. We have to approve the budget, we have to approve all these things, and we are, generally speaking, one of the last to know about the decisions that are being made, except that we have to approve it. So I'm really encouraged to hear that one of these 3 was advertised, because I want to know that other people even know this is happening. And I would love to have heard that all 3 were advertised, and I would love to have heard that perhaps other liquor license stores on Main Street just graciously declined or said, yeah, we'd like to do it, but we're not ready for X, Y, or Z reason. But I am going to struggle with this a little bit. I just want to give you a heads up, but it's absolutely not about you or your entity. It's more about how things are getting done in the borough without the council's knowledge.
Would it be okay for me to respond?
Please,
Please.
please.
So let's dissect all 3 of them. Memorial Day Weekend Festival, I'm messing up the name, was advertised in the CoStar. There was an email address that was placed in there, I believe, to the borough clerk or administrator, I don't know who it was very comment, we were looking for vendors, become a vendor, and that's what we emailed. So we didn't email a person at the borough, who we have plenty of contacts here. We emailed the email that was in the newspaper, and they said, sure. You're the only vendor that wants to, and so we went forward.
And just a question, just to keep on this path, Erica, did you run that ad?
No, I did not.
So was it an official borough advertisement or was it BBVCA or?
I don't know. I just.
No, that would be Larry, that would be Michelle Wiley, who's works on that committee.
I think you have to state that.
Yeah, okay. Let the record reflect, the mayor has joined the meeting at 8:10 PM.
No, I've been here for about a half hour.
He starts speaking at 8:10 PM. Larry, what time did you actually come on Zoom?
When you started the questions, agenda item number 8.
Okay, thank you.
So Larry, Mr. Mayor, as you know, because I sent you an email yesterday on this very topic. The council only recently became aware of this, so what was the background that you said Michelle Willie ran ads? Did she run them for all three of these events?
She runs ads continuously to bring vendors in for all of the events.
Talking about these three events, sir.
Well, the Memorial Day event, she ran ads for vendors. If you're just talking about the Memorial Day event, for BBVCA, for the 130th, she's not involved in that. For Park Fest, she runs ads along with the Park Fest group.
Again, this is going to be very relevant for our vote coming up. So just while we have you, I don't know how good your Wi-Fi is.
Just fun.
Specifically for the beer concessions. My concern, as I expressed to you in my email, is the equity and the fairness across all Main Street businesses. Were all Main Street businesses notified, especially those with liquor licenses? Were they all notified and did they all have an opportunity to be considered for this?
Well, they weren't. I know for the I can't say for the Memorial Day. I don't know about Memorial Day. I know that the ads went out. I know there's an ongoing dialogue with all the businesses on Main Street to engage them, particularly as it relates to food and running food concessions, because what we don't like to do is bring in food trucks from out of town. But we've had to do that because they're not interested. They just don't have the capacity to do it, is basically what they tell us. Versus the Bradley Brew Project, who, when we ask them, they say they'll get the capacity to do it. And as was stated, they run a very controlled process when they do it, and they've demonstrated that in the last year when they ran those. And I know the Business Alliance was working closely with them on the 130th. So I think, I don't think there's an unfairness to this. I think that we have continually approached the businesses to get involved, and really it's what I hear from them, it's a capacity issue to do special events. They're having enough trouble with capacity on just the regular hours. And I know on Park Fest, UVA's been approached to do some partnering. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I just don't know, but I think it's going to be at UVA and not in the park. So we try to be as active as we possibly can with all the Main Street businesses to engage them for obvious reasons.
Can I finish my statement?
Please, sorry.
So we went through Memorial Fest. It was advertised in the paper. Mayor just mentioned additional things. From Park Fest to Mayor Fox's point, it's also advertised publicly, as well as advertised by the Park Fest committee that's driving it. They've also approached us to Mayor Larry's point, Mayor Fox's point. We did know that another vendor, specifically UVA, was also interested in doing something. I am not 100% on what kind of license they're allowed to get and use. I don't believe they could do an off-premise permit. They have to do it at their location, but they are 100%, because I know that in a conversation with Park Fest, they were very clear with us and said there are other vendors that we're considering for this. Please know that, right? So that's for Park Fest, and for the 130th anniversary, to the point made before, it's, Bradley Beach Business Community Alliance. It goes out to every single member. Every member can meet in and say, I want to be a part of it. And again, as I mentioned, even the Alliance was very clear with us that there were other vendors they were considering for another part within that festival. So Respectfully, I don't see a lack of an opportunity for other businesses. to win.
Yeah, and I would just make a comment that the Bradley Brew Project is sponsoring part of Park Fest this year. They've been very generous in doing so. So they've been pretty great partners, and all our businesses try to partner, but you know, they have a high level of proactivity with events. So we appreciate that.
I may say something too. I believe the permit that you're applying for, limited brewery, would be different than, say, someone that has an actual liquor license like UVA, Shore Wines and Liquor. Like, these are two different licenses. He doesn't have like an actual, he has a license for his brewery, but it's not a state liquor license that, you know, that I do the resolutions for yearly when they're renewing on the ABC Posse site.
Were the other liquor license owners eligible to?
I don't believe they will be able to do a limited brewery
They're not
because
big
they're not a brewery.
Could maybe do a special event or.
Right, a
other
special event, or is it
classification.
a social affair permit maybe?
Well, that's for, I believe that's for club license.
Yes, okay, yeah. But yeah, they could do, if they chose to, they could probably do like Greg said. a
Yeah, without
special-
giving an exhaustive list, you can go on the
Yeah,
ABC
it's-
website.
go on the
it
ABC
lists
website, that's a whole
The
list.
type of person, like, you don't have an annual license, right?
We have an annual license, but it's not a liquor license.
Right, it's not a liquor license, it's a brewery, yes.
The other thing I'll mention is to clear it up, the permit, so that we could have up to 12 of these permits a year. That's our limit. That's the ABC limits it at 12. We cannot serve any other alcohol other than what we make at the brewery. So whatever people are going to be drinking is money going right back into this community. It's not Tito's vodka. It's not, you know, rum from the Caribbean. It is beer made 1 block away from here. We, on every one of these festivals, I mean, we're smart, right? Like, we're not running, we know how these events could go. We're pouring low ABV beer that's easy, you know, very calm and easy to enjoy. We have, you know, at most 2 beers that we've seen our customers have at these festivals. And then the last festival, we were at Park Fest. I mean, we had police patrolling our beer garden pretty much the entire festival, looking to make sure that everything was under control. So just putting things in perspective. Whereas, again, and what other licenses might do, licensees might do is they might partner with like a Tito's and bring vodka or wine out of state into one of these events. And so it's a little bit of a different license, focused specifically on supporting a local business within the community.
I have a question. I'm confused. I remember the Passion Group had a contract with us and they were not allowed to bring in alcohol. And then they wanted to bring it in for the fall and we said no, and then the contract was canceled. So what changed? Why are we bringing beer back? Because we've had problems with this in the past. I don't know why.
The Passion Group, as I recall, when I first got here, that's a promoter.
Right,
So.
but I mean, like, and they would promote these Memorial Day festivals and Lobster Fest,
Yes,
so they would serve beer. They would have a
Yes.
beer vendor there, and we said we didn't want the beer there anymore.
yes,
And then they had the Memorial Day Festival, they said they didn't get enough people attending, so they said, we're gonna do beer in the fall, and we said no, and so they canceled their agreement.
yes, so we give them license. What that setup was, we give this vendor the ability to set up an event and they functionally keep part of the proceeds. For private enterprise, you know, it's a private company, they also do concerts and things that have nothing to do with municipalities.
Right.
And so the arrangement there was that they didn't feel that they were gonna make enough money, so they didn't want to do it anymore. And I don't remember who their vendor was or how they got that license, but that's different than this. So this gentleman would be like the promoter for these is the borough and the BBCA, as I understand it. So it benefits it's not a private enterprise. It's basically the community nonprofit is the beneficiary. And it's
I
running
understand
it.
that, but I'm just saying, it wasn't about who benefited or didn't benefit, it was the issues that came with the beer being served. And so we felt it was a family day, it was to honor our fallen veterans, we didn't feel it was appropriate, and that's why we stopped doing it. I just don't know when it changed. I mean, I only heard about this week. And so I was surprised and I looked at our local ordinances and I don't see anything that even says we can, you know, no person shall serve, sell, dispense, drink, or consume any alcoholic beverage. On any public grounds, parks, sidewalks, benches, beachfronts, or boardwalks. So I just thought, we got through this already, and now all of a sudden, someone gets invited. And again, I didn't know anything about this. I don't know who's on this Memorial Day Festival committee. I don't know if anybody is in here from the committee. Anybody? No. So it's just.
Well, no, the council president's on it. I go in and out of the meeting depending if they need decisions on anything. So it's a group that
Who's on the committee? That'd be nice to know.
I'll see if I can do this from memory. It's Harvey Rosenberg, Norm Goldfarb, Bill Shuck, Michelle Wiley, Council President DeMarco. I'm probably forgetting a couple people. There's somebody from police that's involved. So it's people that have done this in the past. And they've done this committee work for years.
Bill is shaking his head that he's.
Oh, you're not on it, Bill? I'm sorry. I thought you were for some reason. I'm doing this from memory. It's not in front of me.
So maybe you can help me understand why we're bringing beer back to this festival. That we just.
I don't think it's I think there's a little bit of revisionist history here. I think what we're doing is we have gone out, asked for vendors. We've had beer at different events in Bradley Beach the last few years using a local vendor, an in-town vendor. And it's been fairly successful and without any issues. So I think that's the basis of where we are, not something that happened 5 years ago or some other, promoter. This is pretty much very much in the control of the town, and whether it be the BBBCA or committees that run these events. I don't think there's any intent not to be informative. I mean, it's been advertised, and there's if you'd like to participate in the group.
I think, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Weber and I were on the council at the time, and the council at the time chose not to offer alcoholic beverages at the beach for a host of reasons, a myriad of reasons. So I think what Ms. Dinoble was saying, and it would have been my question, who changed that policy? Because of so many.
Where's the written policy that says that?
Well, we told the Passion Group was having the Lobster Fest and Memorial Day. They wanted alcohol. Mr. Shuck might remember that time period. And the council at that time said, you know what, it's not the right thing for Bradley Beach and for specifically the beach area. But somewhere fairly recently, I think, I don't know, was beer served last year at Memorial Day? I don't believe it was.
No, it wasn't, but it was served at Park Fest, and it's going to be served at the beach for the 130th. The ordinance permits you to do that. I think what we have here is a very controlled, local business beneficial situation, and I think that's what kind of beget this. There's no hidden agenda here. It's, I think, promoting our local businesses and doing it in a very controlled manner. I think it was described by the owner on how it's gone, and I've attended all those events, and they've been pretty successful events that people have enjoyed. So I think that's the basis. It's not going back to Lobster Fest 6, 7, 8 years ago got to be very big, very cumbersome, and a lot of it became big. This is not big. This is small stuff in a small town. In my opinion, and I, that's the basis wasn't anything but that. That's purely the basis.
One more point, if I may. So there's no confusion.
Sorry.
The beer garden is 100% fenced in with a very small entrance that we have somebody standing out checking IDs and providing wristbands at all times. And so I don't want anybody walking away from here thinking that you're gonna have people drinking beer and throwing cans across the boardwalk. It's very much enclosed, roughly call it a 30 by 60 area. I mean, when we did it in Park Fest in Riley Park, it was the southwest corner part of the park that was very much, sort of secluded and enclosed. And so again, I just don't want anybody walking away thinking that this is free reign on the boardwalk. It's very much controlled.
No, that's correct. And the police, as you said, are kind of stationed there too.
Yeah, and who have reviewed and approved all of our paperwork. Okay. I think I'm done.
I was gonna say, unless there's any more specific comments for Mike, then we can save all the other comments for the actual discussion item.
We're still in public comment.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you. Ms. Gavin.
So you go.
My name is Paula Gavin. I live at 106 Evergreen, and I'm the proud president of the board of the BBCA, Bradley Beach Business and Community Alliance. So I just wanted to give the facts on the 130th celebration, which is jointly for the borough. We did agree that we wanted to have a brewery there and wanted it to be a local. I did approach Mike and Chelsea to invite them to be considered, and they were eager to do it. And happily so, given I knew that they had had experience and I knew what the laws were related to brewery. I did advise all of the other businesses in town that we were doing that, and I had no one come forward to say they were interested in doing it. We did consider a wine garden, and I want to be very factual. We talked to the PTA, we talked to other nonprofits in town, including ourselves. None of us felt that we had the experience or the ability to do that in an effective way. So we backed off of the wine garden. So I just wanted to clarify and be as transparent as that's how it came. We wanted a beer garden. We thought we wanted only a local one, of course, the project. I did advise all of the other alcohol licensed businesses, but on the garden, we backed away from it based on our experience as a nonprofit, never having done it. We wanted to put our focus on the actual event and the party for 300 people to celebrate our 130th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gavin, just a quick question for you. Thanks. So I've complimented you publicly a million times. I think you've done a wonderful job with the BBBCA and you continue to do a wonderful job. So, but for every 5,000 compliments, I have to have one, at least question that helps me understand some of the facts that currently I don't. You've been working with, as you approached all these businesses, you did that because someone somewhere in this process decided it would be okay to have beer at the beach on Memorial Day.
Well, she was talking about the 130th.
Oh, I thought you were involved.
No, I'm just 130th.
Oh, okay, okay, very different story with that's the one that I think from the beginning, I don't feel like I have a problem with, but I was concerned, I remain concerned about Memorial Day. And I'm still trying to figure out who decided it was okay to have beer at Memorial Day. I think it sounds like it might have been the Memorial Day committee that I thought though they all resigned about 4 years ago. So I'm surprised they're still, I'm happy that we have these volunteers, but I haven't heard from them in a number of years. So again, that's not your issue.
They've been doing it for a couple of years now. We were down for COVID, as you remember, for 2 years. They came back in last year at the request of the then council president because we needed people to staff that committee. And they've done a good job.
No, but you were only focused on the.
We're just focused on the 130th, and I just want to say again, we had a decision we made was that it would be adults only. We wanted to have a brewery, we wanted to have a beer garden. Very much, I went to Mike and Chelsea, they were so supportive of the idea, but I did inform all the others. And then, as I explained, I want to make sure it's on the record that on the wine garden, we were looking at it. but we just didn't feel any of our nonprofits felt comfortable in managing it. And I want this to be a celebration. I want this to be our town coming together and really recognizing how great a town we have. So that is our goal. And right now we have about 90 people registered and we have spots for 300. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Basham, I'm sorry, but it's a single instance to speak per, so we'll have to get you at the end of the meeting. I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring your
No,
hand.
no, it's okay.
All right, gentleman in the back.
Hi, Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brindley Avenue. I just want to talk in support of them. I think they're great. I think what they do is great. I don't think having them there is a hindrance. I mean, I've been to a couple of events in town with alcohol and I've never seen it get out of control. I don't think beer down there or beer up here at the park or down there is going to be that big a difference. So I support them and I hope you guys approve them. And I understand the concerns about advertising knowing, but I think they answer those questions. And yeah, I hope you guys vote yes and vote no on the budget, please, Lord. I don't know what's going on with that. And I really love to know for facts and like we really can get a real who is on Memorial Day, you know, committee. Because Mr. Shook and I think Mr. Mark made a face like she's not on it. So I'd love to find out who's on it for real, so we can all know and maybe ask them questions, because this has been ongoing. And I think Mayor Fox just, there's some names out there and they don't seem to be too factual. So hopefully we can get some real information. on it.
Sorry that I missed Mr. Shuck. He's on another committee that I'm on that I just confused the two. I don't have it in front of me, but those other names are correct names.
All right, and you are on it?
I'm gonna have the business administrator take down your question.
Okay, so, yeah, if that was on last, I think, a couple meetings ago, they asked and you said some names too, so we can get it solid, so we don't have to keep asking this. It'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chuck.
William Shook, 110 Fifth Avenue, Bradley Beach. Just to clarify, am I on the memorial? Yeah, to a certain point, I look for a veteran to be the grand marshal, just like I do look for a veteran to be the guest speaker at the Veterans Day ceremonies. That is the you know, that's as far as it goes. Years ago, yes, I was more involved, but since it was broken up, that's the extent of my Memorial Day committee. Just trying to find a veteran.
So I was partially right, Bill.
Yes.
Any other questions from inside the room? Great, so we'll go to Zoom and I'm just gonna go down the line. Mr. Nishenkin.
Paul the Champion, 411.5 Lorraine Avenue. I just wanted to voice my concern that the bills list was not available online on the borough website, as it usually is. And I hope that that will be corrected.
Mr. Champion, it most certainly is on the website.
I cannot find it right now. I'm looking at it. I see all the actual other documents, the resolutions.
Yeah, 2023-145.
No, I'd have to open it up again. Hold on.
I know because I posted it myself.
But it's not showing up.
I don't know what you're looking at, but I did post it on there and I even confirmed it was there.
The number again, 145? Okay, thank you. I take it back. One other comment, as a resident, I would like to voice my support for having beer on Memorial Day. I know that I disagree with many of my friends on the council, but I do not think that it detracts from the day at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ms. Greenblatt Janoff.
Hi, Shauna Greenblatt Janoff, 414 Monmouth Avenue. I have a question and a comment, and respectfully requesting an answer to the question. And this is with regard to 2023-157 beach operations schedule. We're 2.5 weeks away from Memorial Day weekend. Will all of the beaches be fully accessible and ready for Memorial Day? I'm thinking specifically of Evergreen. So at Evergreen currently, the boardwalk railings are not in place and the beach lockers are not put out, and clearly it appears to be a staging area. So in 2.5 weeks, we're opening for Memorial Day, and I'm wondering if I can get an answer and an assurance that there'll be beach access for all the beaches. This is the question that I'm hoping to get an answer on tonight.
Did you?
I'm gonna have to speak with the public works director and make sure. I can't imagine that it's not on his schedule, but I'm not going to make a representation without speaking to him.
Sounds fair.
Okay, because Evergreen represents a very big part of the southern population of Bradley Beach. It would be a big, infringement on the residents if we can't access the beach. Use our beach badges that we've paid good money for, use our beach lockers that we've paid good money for. I guess I question that this was done so close and so tight with the opening of summer. And perhaps there were some logical reasons for that, but I'm very concerned about that access. And I know that I speak for other neighbors of mine who also use the Evergreen Beach. I haven't seen anything about it in the mayor's weekly emails.
I can include that in this week's, but I need a briefing from, I'm out of town, so I need a briefing from the engineers, but our intent is to have everything open, but I don't want to make that commitment either until I hear from the engineers.
Okay, so I guess I'll reserve any further comments until we get some clarity on that. This is, this is a beach community. So for us not to have access to that, the railings aren't even up yet. I'm not sure why that's not completed.
Because of ordering issues with some supply chain issues, but we're focused on a beach opening.
Okay, because I see new railings placed in other locations, and I see a partial railing, and then I see no railings. So this is kind of important. So I would just like to also make a comment in support of the concerns of Council Jane and Al, and perhaps John, I'm not sure, with regard to Memorial Day. Memorial Day is a solemn time. I know that communities come together to honor those who've fallen, but it's kind of disrespectful, I think, to have libations. I have witnessed Memorial Day in Israel, and as you know, the impact on families personally within this very small country is very meaningful. And it is an unbelievably solemn day. And my Israeli friends think that Americans on Memorial Day go shopping, that there are sales, and have barbecues. And it just completely loses the meaning of Memorial Day. So I think, the 130th anniversary, that's a whole different thing. But I think that, we should consider a degree of respect for the reason for that, that holiday that we honor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Greenberg.
Hi, Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. I'm going to, again, disagree with a couple of my friends on council and in the audience. I don't have an issue with the beer garden per se, if it's run right. What I do have an issue with is the process involved and council finding out at the last minute. If there is representation from council on the Memorial Day committee, either in the form of the mayor who's on council or Mr. Marco, who's the council president, then they have a duty to inform the other council members of what's going on in a timely manner, not at the 11th hour. So again, while I do not have a problem with beer at the events. And I love Bradley Brew Project. Those guys are great. Been going there since they opened. Love the Unicorn Girl. It's awesome. There is a way to do this and have a process that is fully transparent, which obviously this process wasn't, because council didn't know about it until I believe they said this past week. So that's my comment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. All right, I'm going to close public comments. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. We'll be moving on to ordinances. There are no ordinances listed for introduction or adoption, so that will lead us into communications. We have 3 communications: a memo dated May 10th to the Borough Council from Mayor Fox and Biagio Cofone regarding seasonal employees, DPW. A second memo dated May 10th to the Borough Council from Mayor Fox and Richard Johnson, Chief Lifeguard, regarding the 2023 season employees, lifeguards. And lastly, a memo dated May 10th from Mayor Fox and Sean Peter, beach manager, regarding beach cashiers and gate guards. We will now move on to resolutions, both consent and individual. Clerk, can you please read the consent agenda?
Absolutely. Resolution 2023-145 will be the bill list for May the 10th of 2023. 2023-146, approving a limited brewery off-premises event permit ABC application to CB LLC for the Memorial Day Festival on May 27th and May 28th at the Promenade on Ocean Avenue. Resolution 2023-147, approving a limited brewery off-premise event permit ABC application to CB LLC for Bradley Beach 130th anniversary event on June the 10th of 2023 in Riley Park. Approving a limited brewery off-premises event permit ABC application to CB LLC for the Bradley Beach Park Fest event on July 9th of 2023 in Riley Park. Resolution 2023-149, authorizing various mercantile license fee refunds for state licensed businesses throughout the borough. Resolution 2023-150, approval of an on-premise 50/50 raffle license in June for the Bradley Beach Elementary School PTA and waiver of the $20 municipal application fee. Resolution 2023-151 for the Bradley Beach Elementary School PTA to hold their end-of-year extravaganza on June the 9th of 2023 from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Bradley Beach Recreation Center and waiver of the $25 special event application fee.
Thank you. At this time, are there any individual resolutions that a council member would like to make a motion to move off the consent agenda and onto the individual resolution agenda?
I would like to move 146 off. If you actually have to make a motion, you should just move it off.
I was gonna just get the list and then make a motion to move all of them at once.
Okay,
Yeah,
146.
147, 148.
147, 148. All right, I'd like to make a motion to move resolutions 2023-146, 147, and 148 onto the individual resolutions.
I'm sorry, which resolutions?
146, 147, 148.
And who made the motion?
I did.
Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
So moving on to individual resolutions, we'll start with resolution 2023-146. Clerk, can you please read the title?
Approving a limited brewery off-premises event permit ABC application to CB LLC for the Memorial Day Festival on May 27th and May 28th at the Promenade on Ocean Avenue.
So backtrack, I made a little bit of a mistake. We didn't actually approve the consent agenda. So is there a motion to approve the
remainder?
consent agenda?
Motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, rookie mistake.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Gubertosi, and if my colleagues allow, we can go back now that the 146 has been read by title, and I can open it up for any discussion.
If I could just make one
Oh,
quick,
yeah.
one quick correction, Ms. Gavin just pointed out to me. The 130th is actually at the Promenade and not Riley Park.
Okay. Oh, you're right, yeah.
And I will make that
Oh,
amendment.
you're right. Good catch.
Thank you, Paula.
So going back to 146, I'd like to open that up for comments to by council.
I will start and I will start by saying I intend to vote for the other ones, 147, 148, to approve those licenses. But even before this discussion tonight, a long time ago, somebody was born in this community, of people that have been here for a long time, that were actually veterans, expressed to me the solemnity of Memorial Day, what we're really supposed to be doing. Yeah, we have a parade and yeah, we kick off summer, but they said, really, is this a time for the town to have any kind of alcoholic beverages as, sort of like a festival up at the beachfront? If people want to do that on their own, in your backyard or whatever, if that's how you want to celebrate Memorial Day, that's fine. But I've really been impressed upon that on Memorial Day, this is probably not what we should be doing as a town. I have no doubt that this would be, nothing about the way it would be run, nothing against Bradley Brew Project, but I just have those concerns. Because like Councilman Gubitosi said, we had it without that, and then we went to Memorial Day Festival or festivals at the beachfront with beer, and we decided we didn't want to do that, and we moved away from that. So I truly was not aware that we were going back to this. And it would be great if, I know they work hard and they plan all year long, but it would be great if the Memorial Day Committee would kind of come to the council and just give us an update and say, hey, this is what we're thinking, this is what we're planning.
If everyone please put themselves on mute, or if the deputy clerk can please mute the Samsung account, thank you.
So I just want to say that before we vote. So I think that I intend to, the other two at the park and a very limited event, for the annual celebration, the 130th celebration. I really don't have a problem with that. But Memorial Day, I think our minds should be elsewhere.
I would echo what Councilman Weber said. I really had reservations about this, absent my frustrations with the lack of process. It's just, we went through a significant amount of debate, a significant amount of, arguing and then more debate, and then more arguing about whether or not we should have beer at the beach on Memorial Day. And I really wish the council had had some involvement in this. We probably could have steered people in a better direction a lot more ago. So, I can get over the process laws. I think it hurts the participants. I think if all the participants, not only the Bradley Brew Pub, but other, liquor license holders, if there was a process that involved the council, at least gave the council updates, it would make life so much easier for all involved, right up to the point that we would probably be voting and everyone would understand what direction we'd be voting. Process flaws aside, I do agree that Memorial Day in particular should be viewed as a solemn day. People are going to have their barbecues, people are going to have their cookouts. But I just think the message we as a borough need to send to the community is going to be one that we have a great amount of respect for the day itself.
I agree with you. I love Bradley Brew. And, I hate to be a buzzkill, but yeah, I agree. It's a special day. And when you stopped doing it in the past, I didn't know that it changed, and I was surprised to see it on the agenda. And I don't know, it doesn't seem to be a good fit, a good image. I don't think it follows our ordinance. And it's a family day. It's a family event. It's honoring veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. I do think it follows the ordinance. That's the first thing. I guess my other comments are, the Memorial Day is a very solemn event. And I invite everybody to come to the Riley Park Memorial Day service that we hold on Monday. It is a very solemn event, and we'll advertise for that. The parade and the ensuing pavilions and things on the promenade are a bit more festive. Our Grand Marshal does participate in the parade, but the main part of our Memorial Day, and I view it as the most important part, is the event we have at Riley Park, which we honor not only our fallen veterans, but police and fire and EMS. So, I think we do honor them appropriately at that, and it's a very solemn event. I think it's unfortunate for our business person that came here tonight and offered the reasons why they wanted to be involved. We empower some of these committees to get work done. And maybe this was an oversight on their part and didn't understand the sensitivity, but they did advertise in the newspapers, and they did go through the process the way that they thought they should be. So that's unfortunate, but we've had a lot of success with other events like Latin Fest, Park Fest, and both Memorial Day and Veteran Day events. And, we're going to continue to do that. So I hope we can move forward and vote this positively.
I have one question, and forgive me, 'cause I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer. Has any event that BPP has had a beer garden at, has there been an uptick in disorderly conduct or any tickets given out as a result of over serving at the events?
No, we don't have any problems at any of these events, and we don't really supplement. We don't provide any additional manpower specifically because of beer gardens or another event. We have specials that are designated for any event. Lots of times they're already there for either Main Street detail or on Ocean Avenue. And we just designate a couple of them to concentrate on that area, and then they take turns swapping out throughout the day.
Thank you. So I do have a different opinion of my council colleagues. I do think this would be great for the community. This applicant has done beer gardens before with a proven track record of success, and this seems like the natural progression for me of them. That being said, definitely have listened to my council colleagues and their concerns and questions. Now, traditionally, this is the point once the council gets involved, right, is the approving of a off-premise license, not prior to. So apologies for the oversight, but this is the traditional point into which council would weigh in on whether this is something they would like to see in that location, in that time frame, and to express any concerns they have, which is what everyone has done today. This was an event that was advertised in the newspaper. This was an event that I know has been, advertised in, well, at least definitely the newspaper. And this is a local applicant with a proven track record of success. And as far as, again, I really try to stress that everyone has different points of views, and we need to be, understanding of where each other's coming from. Just like you've had conversations with veterans, I've had conversations with veterans, including my partner, who's an Iraqi war veteran, and he did not find anything wrong with the thought of having a beer garden on Memorial Day. So it's just about, while we may not agree, just recognizing where each other comes from and understanding that point of view. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve 2023-146.
I'll second.
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble,
No.
Mr. Gubatose,
No.
Mr. Weber,
No.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Thank you. Would any council like to make a comment, or actually, I'm sorry, clerk, can you please read by title 2023-147?
Yes. Approving a limited off-brewery premises event permit ABC application to CB LLC for Bradley Beach 130th anniversary event on June the 10th, 2023 at the Promenade.
Are there any council comments regarding resolution 2023-147?
I have one. I do feel this is more consistent with our ordinance. It does have, let's see, chapter 123. The wine and beer may only be consumed while patrons of the concession are seated and dining at designated dining tables. So I do feel this is more consistent with our ordinances. Thank you.
My only comment is, and it's in conflict with what Ms. Gavitt shared with us earlier, but I was told by one member of the BBBCA that they would have liked an opportunity and that they were informed of the Bradley Brew Project's role. They were informed of it, but that was after the decision had been made. So I don't know what side of that discussion to believe. I'd say no matter how this vote turns out, I would just ask, the wonderful work that the BBBCA does, I would just ask that you continue to strive for that level of excellence where all of our businesses, feel like they have equal opportunities. And perhaps you're doing that already, but at least one business indicated they didn't feel that way.
Any other comments by council? All right, is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-147?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a
I
second?
will second it.
Ms. DeMarco,
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes,
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
And clerk, would you please be able to read 2023-148? Yes.
Approving a limited brewery off-premises event permit ABC application to CB LLC for the Bradley Beach Park Fest on July the 9th of 2023 in Riley Park.
Are there any council comments regarding 2023-148?
I do have a question. Was this advertised? I can't remember. For other businesses to participate?
I don't know if it was advertised, but I know Park Fest, the organizers have been talking to the businesses in town. I can't say that they've talked to every business, but they've tried to engage businesses in town.
But it wasn't advertised? You don't know?
I don't know the answer to that.
And who are the organizers for this Bradley Beach Park Fest?
I don't have the name in front of me. I can get you the name of the organizer.
Is it the tourism?
No, it's an outside group that organizes, because they basically take, they secure the bands. They do a lot of the organizational and administrative work for it. They do this in other towns, 3 or 4 other towns on the Jersey Shore. We can get you the name of it. What's your question, Councilwoman?
I just want to know if it was advertised and if you knew the people that created this Park Fest.
I've met with them. I just don't have that detail in front of me.
So, but it sounds like it's an outside group, like, I know, I'm sure it's not the Passion Group, but just like we used to hire the Passion Group to put on the festivals. So it's a group like that.
Yep.
And, okay.
So it's
the
a
first one.
promotional group, but you don't know the name?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm out of town. I'm sorry.
Sounds- But you met with them, correct?
Yes, I can get you that name.
Councilman DeNoble, would you feel more comfortable, because this is a July 9th event, I'm assuming it's not something that has to happen tonight?
No, I gotta let the ABC know.
Yeah, the
whether or not-
ABC, no,
yeah.
you're right, okay. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments by council? Is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-148?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
I'm really torn on this one. I feel bad that this brewery was roped into this and we don't know anything about it. I don't even know what to say. I mean, in our ordinance, they say we really can't do this in parks. So I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna have to say no at this point, because I don't know anything about this. I don't know who the organizer is and I think it's a family event. So I just.
Well, we held the event last year.
Okay, so, but you don't remember who ran it last year?
The same group ran it. I just don't have the name in front of me.
Yeah, it's just, we need better communication with this. I don't know. I can't say yes to it. I have to say no then.
Mr. Gubatose?
Okay, so it's established, we need better communication. We've been saying this about every topic that comes before the council, but I'll say it again. My real concern with this is the fact that we're doing this in Riley Park, right across the street, basically from other businesses that are serving alcohol. And I feel like the downside to this is we're basically pitting one business, in my mind, against others who would be selling alcohol. I really don't like, I really like a process that involves the council and most importantly, gives me as a council member a much better sense that all of the businesses are involved. So I'm going to vote yes on this, but I'm just giving a warning, even though no one ever listens to me. I'm just giving a warning that if we continue to do stuff like this, I'm just going to consistently vote no going forward. I do think the Brew Project, from everything I've heard, not only from the owner, but from our police, they do a wonderful job, I'm sure, managing the process. It's not about, my votes are honestly never about the Brew Project. They are purely about the lack of communication, not only with the council, but in my perception, with other businesses on Main Street. I am voting yes on this because I think it's a limited event. You've had success with similar events in the past. I'm not going to continue to support this, though, unless I understand that all businesses are getting equal opportunities going forward. But I do vote yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, I'm going to make a comment. This was approved last year. The same resolution was approved last year. It was one of the most successful summer events we had, and we heard nothing from the businesses on Main Street that they weren't included or they wanted more inclusion, because we always go out and try to include them. So I just want to make that point that we're let's not cast an aspersion that we're not trying to engage the businesses in town. We are. Not only that, but we are trying to support. You heard this business owner saying that their business and other businesses are down right now. So it's a time when we should support. So I'll vote yes. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to individual resolutions, resolution 2023-152.
Resolution reappointing Erica Costas, registered municipal clerk, as the municipal clerk of the borough for a 3-year term beginning on April the 28th of 2023 and expiring on April the 27th of 2026, thereby granting tenure to said borough employee pursuant NJSA 40A:9-133.7.
Are there any council comments? I would like to make the motion to approve resolution R 2023-152.
I would like to second that.
Thank you. Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Erica, I'm amazed that you want to continue.
So is she.
But I wholeheartedly vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Mayor?
Don't I get to vote? Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, resolution 2023-153. Temporary budget appropriations. Are there any council comments regarding resolution R 2023-153? Is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-153?
So
I'll make a
moved.
motion to approve 2023-153.
I'll second it then.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Resolution 2023-154, approval to execute a grant contract with the state of, with New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection for the Stormwater Assistance Grant in the amount of $25,000 to fund the development of an MS4 infrastructure map.
Question?
Yes.
If I can ask a question, hopefully, Greg will know this answer. It seems like, so we're getting a grant from the state for $25,000, but am I right in assuming that we're gonna turn most of that over to our engineer to make a map of our stormwater system?
You're correct. It's a grant from the state to satisfy a requirement that they have. And it's providing, I think, 244 municipalities with a subsidy to be able to take care of what's a state mandate.
Okay.
I have a question.
That.
Yep. Okay, is it a matching grant?
No,
Okay, do we know how much it's going to cost us to do this map?
we've asked for one proposal so far. We'll see how it comes in. My hope is it's coming in below 25,000 because you don't have any money for anything else.
Exactly.
Any further council comments? Is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-154?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
I'm gonna say no.
Mr. Gubatose?
I'm going to say yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Resolution 2023-155, authorizing the mayor and municipal clerk to execute the fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2026 revised amendment agreement with Monmouth County for cooperative participation in the community development program pursuant to the interlocal services agreement. Are there any council comments regarding resolution 2023-155?
I have a confirming question, really. I think I know the answer already, but my understanding is that this resolution is basically something we filed with the county to make us eligible for applying for grants at a later time. Is that fair?
It will only allow us to make an application later. It's not the application.
Correct. But if we don't make this
You won't be able to
Yeah,
make
we
an
won't be able
application.
to. Sorry, Greg.
Got my decision.
Is any further council comment?
Nope.
Is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-155?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Yep.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Resolution 2023-156, establishing daily and weekly beach badge fees for 2023. Are there any council comments regarding resolution 2023-156?
I have comment or question. Is it, I'm okay with the $12 daily. I'll just let that be shared with the public, but I am curious about how the weekly, what's the history of the $45? I know we went through this exercise a year ago. To me, that sounds light. If $12 times 7 days would be $84. We're close to a 50% discount on weekly, which sounds large to me. But is there a history for?
Well, last year's the first year that we had weekly, we tried weekly badges for the first time last year.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth and we settled on whatever it was. I don't know if it was 45 last year, but it was 40 or 45. The idea is somebody comes down and rents a house for a week. You know, they're either doing 12 times, you know, and 84, or they're buying a season badge and they're not doing much better by buying a season badge. So this gives them a more affordable option. So I would love to see the numbers on the weeklies.
I can give you some insight on that. The weekly numbers were light. actually the biggest user of the weekly badges were the surf camp. So we had a lot of people coming in, buying a weekly badge when their kiddos were going to surf camp. So we tried it. It's not been a rousing success, but we had, small amount of purchases on it. Nothing's real significant.
Yeah, I'd say I wouldn't expect it to be good the first year out, so we give it another year, but that's interesting, intel that, the camp, it makes perfect sense that people, I don't know, maybe they're coming from far away and they're just getting a badge for the week, but, so I'm cool with keeping it like it is.
And I'm less concerned with the price differential, knowing that we didn't have a big uptake last year, but I do have a concern going forward that if utilization increased dramatically, I feel like almost 50%, I don't have my calculator, but going from $84 if you bought 7 dailies to 45, and 45 is obviously half of 90. I wonder, would the council consider bumping this to 55?
Well, we actually benchmarked a couple of towns that last year that had weeklies, and I think it was Manasquan. And there was another town, I don't have it in the front of my mind. And that was one of the reasons we settled in on that. And we did actually do some math around the differential in buying a seasonal badge if you were a weekly renter. So I think that's how we settled in on the 45.
Do we still offer junior badges?
Yes.
And how much are they for the season?
They're either 25 or 30. I cannot remember.
30, I'm pretty sure. 30 is for some reason sticking out in my head. So it's less than a weekly badge.
That's for seasonal.
Right,
Junior
so, but I mean, it's less than a weekly badge.
But it's only just like basically 2 years that you don't need them when you're under 12 and
Right.
I think over 14, so it's like it covers 2 years of kids.
We're 13 here.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So 13, 14, 15, right? 16,
It's over 14, I think is the adult.
okay, I see. I don't know, it just seems a lot of work to do these weekly badges. So if it's not really selling, I would say don't bother with it.
Well, I think we should give it another year. It's not a ton of work. It's just producing the badges and having them in inventory.
Okay.
Are there any additional council comments regarding resolution 2023-156? Is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-156?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatose?
I would make more of an issue of it if people were actually buying the weekly badges, but since nobody's buying and nobody therefore cares about my recommended price increase, I'll say yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-157, beach operations schedule for 2023. Are there any council comments regarding resolution 2023-157?
Yeah, I have a question. There's been in recent years, we have. I mean, it's great that we're doing these September weekends, and just so for people that don't have it, we're gonna guard in September and not charge you for a badge, so. You're welcome. But I think before we have said that we were gonna do after hours. Keep the lifeguards on after hours on some weekends till like 7 o'clock and not require badges. Just because so many people come to the beach after 5 o'clock and go swimming, it's dangerous, so. Was there any discussion of that? Do we have any idea if we're planning on that this year?
I am unfamiliar with any discussion on that matter.
Okay,
Didn't we do a separate resolution on that towards the end of the summer? For some reason, that's jumping out at me.
yeah, well, I don't know about at the end of the summer. However, I'm gonna talk with Mr. Johnson and see if that's possible, and if it's possible, we'll see if we can make a resolution about it.
Okay.
Any other council comments on 157? Is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-157?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-158, authorizing advertisement for the open public auction for a concession at Oceanfront and Brinley Avenue with 2 additional optional locations for the rental of beach umbrellas and chairs. Are there any council comments regarding resolution 2023-158?
Yes, I have a question, or maybe a comment. I looked at last year's resolution and it said that there was an option for the person that won this award last year to extend it 1 or 2 years. So
2 1 year.
is it proper that we're doing this, or was it, I don't know how this would have worked. Attorney, if you could let us know, like, should we have contacted that person and said, hey, do you want to extend it, or is it proper to do this resolution? Because the last year's, I didn't bring it with me, but last year said they want it and they got the option to do it for another year.
I'm sorry, this is for the umbrellas?
Yes.
Yes,
I believe they relinquished it.
They did.
They did not come back.
well, they relinquished it.
Yeah, no, the people that were awarded the contract within the resolution stated that they have the option to renew it, to renew 1 year term, like for 2 years. They could do it
So
this year
by-
and next year.
Yes, so it was awarded for 2022 and they had the option, but I believe the option had to be expired.
Okay,
That's the exercise
Okay.
last year and
Okay.
they informed us that they did not want to do that.
Okay,
So
we
then-
just- yeah.
okay, so that, I guess that was my question, like, when it's that option to renew, is it our job to reach out to them, or is it their job to say, no, thanks, or, you know what I'm saying, like, who's the burden on to?
Generally, well, number one. In practice, it's really open-ended. If people say they want to come back and you keep, they work with G to keep, whatever's going on down there to make it okay to open up next year. The borough has the option to basically terminate if they weren't satisfactory. That wasn't the case here. They just, I believe they took their stuff, they didn't give it to G and they left at the end of last year. So, they did not have an interest in coming back. In fact, I believe we had to look for their stuff at one point.
Okay,
as well,
okay.
As I recall, that's why I remember.
Okay.
Are there any further comments on the resolution? All right, is there a motion to approve, is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-158?
Motion. to
Is
approve.
there a second?
Second. Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-159, authorizing award of professional engineering services with CME Associates for general engineering services pertaining to zoning ordinance for chapter 450. Are there any council comments regarding resolution 2023-159? Not seeing any. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-159?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-160, authorizing re-advertisement for open public auction for a concession license at Oceanfront and Newark Avenue. Are there any council comments regarding resolution 2023-160?
My only question, where do we advertise? Is it in typical newspapers?
When did we first advertise for this?
I believe it was the last meeting, the advertisement went out that night.
We have maybe do this sooner in the season, in the future? Like, why is it advertised?
That's up to,
Yeah.
But
Okay,
the intention was to do that, but there were several hiccups in that. Part of it was the resignation of the prior administrator and me coming on later. It didn't happen as quickly as it should have. You're correct. It should have been out in like February.
alrighty, thank you.
Any additional comments? All right, is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-160?
Motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes.
Resolution 2023-161, authorizing advertisement for open.
We don't have to re-advertise for
But
that.
don't we have to withdraw
Yeah,
it from
yeah.
the.
Yes, oh, yes, please.
Thank you. Vote public for concession license to place ATM machines on the beachfront promenade. I would like to make a motion to withdraw resolution 2023-161.
Second, third.
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
2023-127, authorizing the borough administrator to purchase a new roofing system and retain a certified contractor from the New Jersey State Purchasing Cooperative for the Biazi Center in an amount not to exceed $145,000, previously tabled on 4/12 and 4/26. I would like to make a motion to table resolution 2023-127, as we are still not in receipt of.
Yeah, just an update on that, Council President. Actually, the BA probably has a better update than I do. I'm out of town, but we are going to receive a quotation tomorrow.
Wonderful news. Any other comments on this?
I have a comment, it's tangentially related, but I wanted to just give the administration a heads up on this. We've been going through discussions about the budget. And we've seen this tabled 3 meetings in a row now, but the number 145 is probably stuck in everyone's heads. But the capital outlays budget states, Mr. Fehrenbach, you probably know this best. When I look for this, how we would pay for this, capital outlays does make a reference to roof repairs for 25,000.
Yes,
But do we need to be including this somewhere in our capital improvement fund or capital outlays?
there are monies that have been set aside in prior years for this purpose. So,
But we already bonded for this, yes.
so there was no need to add additional funds,
Thank you.
or little need.
Yeah, we bonded in 2021 for this.
And I'd just like to point out, the need to be able to get this work done still exists. The problem is being able to get contractors to come out and give us other firm numbers in order to be able to satisfy the desire for multiple quotations. So that's what we're trying to do, and the market has not been working with us on this. It's taking much longer than we ever thought it was going to.
Yep, that's correct.
Any other comments? I'd like to make a motion to table resolution 2023-127.
Second,
Mr. Marco?
Yes.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
yes.
Resolution 2023-137, introduction of the 2023 municipal budget to be read by title only, previously failed 4/26. Are there any council comments or questions regarding resolution 2023-137?
Unlike earlier meetings where I've had prepared statements, I do not have a prepared statement tonight, but I do want to make sure that that the public understands kind of where I stand as a member of this council. I've been very vocal over the past 2 meetings that I was frustrated with the lack of information. And I openly stated I was not going to vote for the introduction 2 meetings ago. In the last meeting, I voted no, and in fact, the motion failed because others on this council voted no as well. Largely because we had, in my opinion, little to no cooperation, information sharing with the administration. It is the administration's budget, but if you need the council's approval, you should share with them a little bit in advance. Not to mention the roller coaster ride we took the public through with a 20% rate tax increase that dropped again and so forth. The reason I'm recounting this is because last week the administration was wonderfully accessible, largely for the first time to me, but our VA and our CFO and the mayor himself sat in meetings with me and began the process of dialogue, actually answered some questions and were very receptive to other questions that I asked. So my compromise was despite all of my bluster in earlier meetings, I am willing to introduce this budget tonight because I think it best serves the public. One, the public will have access to the budget data. Two, I've given a formal list of questions to our VA and our CFO. I still need to have resolved. And they made commitments to myself and to Ms. DeNoble in a meeting last Friday that they would continue to be available and continue to work diligently to help answer our questions, resolve any issues we had. So probably, again, for scope benefit purposes, I probably have 10 questions, not 1,000 questions, but there are 10 that I think are fairly significant. And I'd like to have a better understanding before I would be in a position to approve this budget. So right now, we're all going to vote to whether or not to introduce. Approval comes whatever 30 days later, and we can make changes in the interim. So just want to make sure everyone appreciates that we're voting to introduce, not to approve tonight.
If I can just clarify one thing so people are not confused. The term approved is actually what this action is tonight. It's an approval to publish it. The final action that is taken is an adoption of the budget. And so while the word approved is used for the introduction of the budget, it simply means it's been approved for publication.
Thank you.
And that is all.
Any additional council comments?
I'd like to add a couple of things. I did meet with Greg and Anthony last week with Councilman Gubitosi as well. We spent 2 hours. And we did have some of our questions answered, so it does feel like the communication process is starting to take motion. I wish it could have taken motion in January or even November. Well, November we do, but I think I'd like to see a workshop again with the public again, and I'd like to have some more questions answered. And we'll still have the right to say no to the adoption. This is just the introduction, so I think we need to go in that direction. And continue the process. Thank you.
Any additional comments?
Nope.
All right. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2023-137?
I'll make that motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is announcements, and there are no announcements, so we will move on to mayor and council reports. Mayor, would you like to give your report?
Why don't I hold and I may not have much. It's about 2:30 in the morning here, so.
Then Gubitosi, would you like to give your report?
Sure, I have to call it up really quickly. As the liaison for our police department, the report for the police this week is that a local subject was arrested and charged with theft. And one of our K9 units was deployed to Wall Township for a narcotics search. So it sounds like a relatively light week for the police, 2 weeks for the police department, but thank you. And then let's see, I guess what I really did want to just revisit one more time, this Memorial Day thing. I think everyone would be better served if we just communicate. I'll leave it at that. I've said my speech, but I do feel poorly. I feel badly for Bradley Group Project that they went through a lot of effort to position themselves to participate in that and just did not have the support of the council. And finally, although she's momentarily left the room, I want to thank Council President DeMarco for running a very tight meeting tonight. So Meredith, when you return, thank you.
So I have this, thank you for your report, Councilman Gubitosi. Councilwoman DeNovo would like to give your
Yes,
report.
I would love to. So I have a lot of good news, but I do have some bad news. I want everyone to know that the anonymous Oprah requester is back. And I've been personally Oprah'd. And I feel bad that someone has to hide and be frightened. But I will be spending time on that, unfortunately, the next week to get that done. So on to good and not so costly news, tourism. They remind us that it's time for the annual Memorial Day house decorating contest. We've had some great submissions over the year, and we can't wait to see what you do this year. Send submissions to tourism@bradleybeachnj.gov by May 22nd to have your house included in the Facebook contest. Houses with the most likes will win a prize from one of Bradley's awesome businesses. Next, we have the Shade Tree Commission. So we had a meeting on May 3rd, 7 o'clock. And we had a few applications for some trees that we removed. Mostly dead ash trees. And then after that, we did have our Arbor Day and our tree planting. And I want to say that Bradley Beach is 23 trees richer. Thank you to the Bradley Beach Shade Tree Commission. And I would like to thank each person that really went out there and put a lot of time and effort into this. It takes a village. Larry Bagwell, the chairman, Nick Kosich, Andrew Batosi, Lauren Bagley, Noel Weinstein, and Caroline Davidson all did a great job volunteering their time. In addition, I was there and Councilman Weber was there. Mayor Fox attended along with a lot of residents as well. And of course, the DPW is amazing. Armando, Nick, Josh, Robert, Dana. It takes a village and we did it, and congratulations to everybody. We have a Prunus Okami was planted in the park honoring the Bradley Beach Elementary School class of 2023. On to the Bradley Beach Board of Ed. I attended their meeting May 2nd. Great news. As far as they had a formal public hearing and presentation of the proposed 2023-2024 school budget. The average home will be paying $15.80 less than last year. So congratulations to David Tonzola. He's the business administrator. Great job on that. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Linda Deutsch. She's an American journalist. Oh, of course you have, Alex. And she worked for the Associated Press, and she covered very high profile cases like Charles Manson and OJ and the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. Well, she is an alumna, I think it is, of Bradley Beach Elementary School. And she will be doing, very cool stuff. And she will be there tomorrow at 2 o'clock, giving a reception about her memoirs. And in her memoirs, she mentions Bradley Beach, and she actually lived across the street from the elementary school. So I'm interested in meeting her and hearing all about that. And also the Teachers Appreciation Week was last week, and the students showed their love for their teachers. On Monday, they dressed up as superheroes because teachers are their heroes. On Tuesday, they dressed like their teacher because their teachers are their role models. And then on Wednesday, they had Rainbow Day because teachers color our world. And I agree with that. And that is my report for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another?
All right, I'm gonna start by reading the fire and first aid report. All of the fire and first aid folks are not in the building anymore, but they have been working hard all month or for a few weeks. So for the operational period ending May 10th, the squad responded to 12 day calls and 3 night calls for a total of 15 calls. 10 were for medical calls, 5 for fire. Squad conducted 1 drill for the safety and education of the membership. The squad delivered training to members of the Bradley Beach Business Community Alliance on how to handle burns, slips and falls, and choking incidents. The squad hosted the Bradley Beach preschool students at the squad building on a field trip to see what the members do as the town's medical unit. The squad fulfilled 100% of their assignments for this operational period. For the fire department, period ending May 10th, the department responded to 5 requests for the department. They conducted 1 training drill for the safety and education of the members. They fulfilled 100% of their assignments for the operational period. Both are still looking for volunteers, fire and first aid. They both offer free training to qualified individuals. Anyone wishing to volunteer for either fire or first aid applications can be found on the borough's website. And as always, they want you to know that a great cooperation exists between fire and first aid, allowing us to keep answering the citizens' need for medical and fire protection at no cost, 24/7, 365. I'm gonna update on some other things, but I'm also gonna ask some questions. I believe I'll make a statement and kind of ask a question, if it's still true. I believe the town's motto or marketing slogan or whatever is New Jersey's favorite family resort. So if we can find out if that's still true, I think that that's how we have marketed ourselves in the past. So the words came up today, so I want to find out if that's still the case. I am very interested in finding out who this Park Fest committee, it was mentioned as a committee, but it sounds like it's an outside entity. I just want to figure out who that is, because I think we all should know. I would like to point out that the police participated in some of the discussion here tonight, and I really appreciate the information, the respectfulness with which it was given, and the informative nature of both when we were talking about the one-way streets and your question about regarding the licenses for beer in the park. So that was really super helpful. So thank you. I really appreciate that. As Jane mentioned, there was a great tree planting this, was it last week? Whatever, last weekend, I guess, whenever it was. But I want to bring up kind of a question for the mayor, for the BA. You know, previously, the previous administration, we talked about Main Street trees. We decided that, you know, most property owners on Main Street aren't maintaining them. If we're ever gonna like redo our Main Street and have a unified look, it's probably better off that instead of having 50, 75 property owners on Main Street making decisions about their own trees, just for the town to sort of take over the maintenance of those trees. I know that that was something that we talked about and decided in the last administration, but it occurred to me at a recent Shade Tree Commission meeting that we probably never made that official or put that down in writing. So I hope that's a discussion that we could have. I'm certainly in favor of it, but I agree, you know, we still have Main Street folks who come in and applying to remove trees. We should make it clear if the town wants to be in charge of Main Street trees and their maintenance. I just have a couple of reminders, and again, hopefully through the administration and the administrator, we can get this down to folks that need to hear about this, but we require people to put lids on their garbage cans. And I think we made that change several years ago, and I think the town's cleaner for it. I would like to know what happens when people just put out a loose bag of trash, because they're not supposed to. I don't know if DPW just picks it up or what, but we changed that ordinance a while ago to keep the town cleaner. And then similarly with signs, we passed a sign ordinance. You're not supposed to, if you hire Joe's like power washing service, he's not supposed to put a sign in your front yard or God forbid in the planting strip. I do see some of those around town, so I'm wondering how that is getting enforced. If would love to hear back on that. Greg, that'd be great. And then a question for the attorney, just might as well ask it now. We had a conversation about alcohol and beachfront and parks, and we have an ordinance that says that's, we don't allow that, but if we're having a special event, I mean, do we have to specifically say that we're waiving or ignoring that or whatever, or is it just sort of inherently understood in the fact that we're having an event at the beach or in the park where normally we don't let people, in this case, drink?
Well, the ordinance says in multiple places, except with special permission from the mayor and council, presumably approving the ABC permit by a vote of the council.
That's okay. That's all I need to
require in the ordinance.
Okay, that's perfect. That's all I need to hear. And that's actually it. That is my report. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'll give my brief report. The Environmental Commission met on May 1st and debriefed Earth Month activities, including the beach sweeps and the green fair. And additionally, the commission committed to using their next meeting as a planning meeting for their upcoming Adopt a Storm Drain program. And did Mr. Mayor have a chance to?
I think I'll just let my weekly newsletter speak for this week. I'm a little bit meeting down at this point. It's a little late for me.
Thank you. All right. I'd like to now open up the meeting to public comments. There is a 5-minute time limit and a single instance to speak per participant, whether in person or virtual. Are there any comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Mike Sokowski, co-owner of Bradley View Project. I want to start off by saying that I appreciate this process and the chance to actually come up here and say what we needed to say. I think it's been a while since I've been up here, probably 6 to 7 years when we first opened. And so this was a good process for us to kind of come here and be able to say the things that we want to say. I also appreciate the council comments and the things that were said around the various events that we're looking to do. So I'm thankful for the 2 resolutions that were approved. With that said, these events that, and again, this is for future reference, as a brewery, our permitted allowances by the state of New Jersey are extremely limited. The reason why it's difficult to, I don't want to say compete, but difficult to have parity with other liquor licenses is because we don't have one. It's much different. We live and die by the products that we create. If my beer isn't good, I can't go get the next best beer and pay for it and serve at the brewery. The only product I could sell is what I make here in Bradley Beach. That goes right down to the events that we do and the things that we do. And so that's really important for us. Specific to the Memorial Day event, I went back into my email, so I wanted to share this as well. We replied on May 1st. So it was about 10 days ago since we replied to the actual ad. I want to put that out there. And I heard what everybody said from the council around the reasons for declining. I heard 3 council members decline for the reason that Memorial Day is meant to be solemn. Again, maybe this is an opportunity for the council to better understand the events that it's putting on within the town. There are 2 days of 11 hours of vendor exhibition. I could tell you, and again, this is my personal opinion, I don't think Saturday and Sunday are going to be solemn in this town. And so if we're declining small businesses who are trying to in essence survive, and the numbers I quoted were true, we are short of 20% down year over year, over 25% down year over 2 previous years. The retail industry is hurting, and these kinds of events are what helps us. And to hear the council say we're declining an event like this because we want this event to be solemn, and I'm looking at an online website application for vendors, for food carts, for other reasons, for other things that are going to spend 11 hours making a lot of noise on the beachfront. It doesn't seem like a reason to decline for it being a solemn holiday. So I wanted to share that. With that said, again, I'm very thankful for the things that we were able to get through today. I do think that both the 130th anniversary, which we're doing a special beer for, which we had a great relationship with the Alliance for that event. And I do think that Park Fest are going to be very successful in town. I'm looking forward to having more opportunities to present to this council about the reality of what's going on, because I think it's important as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Backstrom?
Mary Baxter, Wilberforce, 218 Fourth Avenue. Oh, 218 Fourth Avenue. Yeah, with the Bradley Brew project, I wish you guys all success. And I'm not saying this happened, but optically, it was like chicken and egg. Did BCA approach you guys, or did you guys approach them? I'm not saying anything nefarious happened. I'm just saying optically it does give people pause, and I don't think I'm the only one to say that. And the other thing is, you did a wonderful job of of laying out the benefit to the bread and brew company, if we agree to these things. What I didn't hear was, what's in it for the town? What's in it for us? Why, or what's in it even for the BBCA, right? Because I didn't hear anything about what your partner or customer, who are they? It's unclear. All I hear is pitches, people on the council, mayor, you're about, oh, this is, make town and these events and, and it's not, it's okay on whatever Memorial Day to have booze and all this stuff. I don't know. It's just, I think you should simplify it. What's in it for us? The process was poor because nobody knows chicken and the egg, right? But I think that's just an important thing to have answered, because who else has these opportunities? And it's not just advertising in a newspaper. Oh, if you're interested. We don't have that many small businesses. You really want to have them in consideration. You should be speaking to them one-on-one. So I'll just leave it with that. Need more transparency, need better process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor.
Hi, Judy Newside, 605 New York Avenue. First and foremost, thank you to the shade tree for the beautiful tree that's in front of my house. It's like my baby. And my neighbor has one too, and hopefully we can get more trees on Newark Avenue because we are sparse. Secondly, I definitely have to say that I am just becoming more and more frustrated at these meetings. I think that these are becoming a waste of time. I'm disappointed the mayor's not here to listen to this, but the lack of willingness to cooperate with the rest of the council is just mind-boggling, and it's beyond unprofessional, and it's showing a level of incompetency and anger. And it's not fair to the residents. It's not fair to the employees here. It's not fair to the council. It's not fair to anybody here. And this has got to stop, because this is not the time nor the place for the council to find out anything new. This should already be done. And we've heard over and over again, how many times professional etiquette, this and that. Communication has to improve. And Council President Meredith, I hold you responsible for this too. You got to step up your game. You got to start getting everybody together. I like you. I respect you. As a woman, I want to see you do better. And you wanted this role as council president. It's not just to vote. It's just not to do this. You know what? Show us what you can do, why you ran, why you want to be here. Because the mayor obviously will talk to you. He won't talk to everybody else. And I know he campaigned for you. So we need you to step it up and bring everything together, because it's a waste of everybody's time. Nobody has the time for this, and nobody wants to argue. Let's just get this done. This really isn't hard. And you know what? The mayor's got to realize he's not a dictator. He's a public servant, and he's responsible to us, as well as you are all responsible to us. So I'm imploring you, please, let's change course right here, because we got to do better, because this is just not working. And the secrecy, transparency, who's on this committee, who's that, people asking budget numbers and everything, it's got to stop. And again, this is public service. And you know what? It's customer service, and there's nothing worse than customer service. You are beholden to your customers, and I'd like to see you do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilman? Gentleman in the back?
Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Brindley Avenue. I just had some concerns about it just feels like there's so many different groups. We have the Memorial Day group that no one knows who's even on. We have the park group that we just found out that no one knows who they are. And then we have tourism, who just feels like they get the little things on the side. I know my wife used to be on tourism. When she was on tourism, she used to talk to someone on council and say, "There's all the events going on. This is your budget. This is what we do." Trying to get more money. She was always trying to get some, getting people to volunteer. And they did great stuff and great events. And now we don't know anything. So I wish we could get back to just the tourism. Someone running just tourism, so we know who's on it. Is Bill Shook on tourism? Maybe. We don't know anything right now. We don't know who's doing what. And I know he's in Ireland. I know it's hard for him to gather the information, but I know councilperson woman DeNoble asked about. You met with the person twice, this group, and they still don't know who it is, so I would love if we could streamline this, so we can have one organization. And I know the BBCA is doing a lot of good work, but they are a private entity, they are not ours. You know, they have our name on there, but they're not ours. And I know it might not sound like the past, but the 130th anniversary is kind of a big deal, and they're charging $30 for everyone to go. And I don't understand how it's not a free event, like everything's getting donated. And it's not a free event, so I can't go celebrate my 130th anniversary with all of my town people that pay $30. And who's making $30? I know it's not going back to the town, that's going back to the BBCA. I get it, they're a private entity, they want to make some money, I know they're a nonprofit. People get, I guess misguided with the word nonprofit. Nonprofits do make money and they just have to have a zero balance at the end. So someone's making money and I just wish that it wasn't that. I wish it was free. I wish our town was running it. I wish that everyone could donate their time, which they normally do and are free and willing to do. So that's it. I just wish we would streamline our communication and it would be a lot easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
City of Canada 218 for that. To add to what Dr. McGuire is saying, you know, hearing bits and pieces throughout town about the whole 130-year anniversary celebration. It's very hodgepodge. It's very, you know, who do you know? Who's on this, who's on that? You know, it's one of these who's on first type of things. It is dismaying that they're looking to, you know, charge $30 for people. You know, you want to, this wonderful, oh, let's celebrate our town. Well, we know we have a very diverse town. We know everybody in our town may not be able to afford that. So you're already ostracizing a certain population of our town by saying, you know, if you want to come celebrate the town, which you are a part of the fabric, we know some people aren't going to be able to afford that. On top of that, it is a shame because why is it that they are looking to charge for the event when they are out asking all the small businesses to pony up, donate for free? Now, just like the Bradley Brew Project said, I used to be have my own cafe in Bishop, and I know you get inundated with requests. You're always getting requests to donate here, donate there, and it's, you know, at what point do you say no, or who do you say no to? You feel horrible no matter what you do. There's no winning at it. But and same to what he said, all of hospitality is down 20%, possibly more. If we really want to celebrate Bradley Beach and we want to celebrate our businesses, and if the Better Business Bureau, whatever we're calling it, community for really wants to succeed our businesses, then why are we going to them and asking them to donate for free? Why aren't we coming up with the idea and said, hey, have a celebration in Riley Park? You know, if we're willing to allow the Bradley Beach, you know, project to benefit and to make money from it, why can't, you know, Watches and Ponchos put up a table? Why can't, you know, everybody else do something and do, you know, $1.30 special, or things that allow everybody the same chance to be in the same place to make the same amount of money. That's the unfortunate part. Because again, similar to what Dr. McGuire said, it is, there's absolutely a money-making piece to it. And that's what's unfortunate, particularly with the BBCA, and I'm sorry that Paula left. You know, I would love to have heard to been able to speak to this. You know, we need to be very mindful, and again, it's communication, like I said, there's no reason everything can't be transparency. There's no reason everybody can't have a chance to do something, or be open to all of these activities. So that's the unfortunate thing, with the whole 130-year celebration. You know, additionally I've also heard that the town is, you know, the administration is going to give them money to it. So what is that going to? So, you know, while I understand it's probably a great intent and we all want that, I think there are more creative ways that we should have been truly inclusive and trying to make it a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. What's that up?
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. I'm going to repeat myself, Mr. Weber. So once again, no one stated who was here that in the past or currently is being compensated. I've also asked in the past what you have to do or how it's determined or what gets acknowledged here. So with that being said, thank you for Mr. Noble for stating that the Board of Ed or the school acknowledge Teacher Appreciation Week. How sad that this body could not do that as well. Equally sad that 2 long-serving gate guards passed away. And it took a private citizen to post it on Next Door Neighbor a while for someone that they served under to apply. But as I've said, when other people have passed away, how do you determine who gets acknowledged and who did not? Regarding the bill list and better descriptions, I think they can be included and printed out. I know there have been times when, for example, they were ordering uniforms for a particular person, and that person's name was right under, let's say, the description of the vendor. So, you know, it all has to do with what you want us to know, what you want to do, and what pride somebody takes in your job. It's been said that people get back to us. I still do not know regarding the pipe replacement and work being done on Ocean Park Avenue on the beach. Did insurance cover any part of it? Did we get a grant? Did the county kick in? Did the state kick in? I know nothing. It would be nice to know. We're just footing the whole bill because we give everything away for free. Most alarming that I mentioned at the last meeting, that we've had no reports, no nothing, no mention of Irvington House. And yet, I guess the reason is the mayor said, well, what is Irvington House? Hey, there are 2 Bradley beaches. It's just another example of proof. I don't understand why we're paying an event planner, because we paid for a tourism director when it was a volunteer position. I comprehended paying an event planner, but it seems to me we're paying twice for whatever events we have. I don't tend to go to them. Regarding communication, it's my understanding we have a communications department, director, or whatever is the appropriate terminology. I saw nothing about the Arbor Day and the plannings on the website. I saw nothing about a rain date, and I think there were a few little raindrops there. Is this communicating something that, I don't know, some people might think interesting? I know not everything is interesting to everyone. We got different fonts in a list. They're not in alphabetical order, they're not in chronological order. The fact that we pay someone for that quality of work is just another way that, in my opinion, you just waste away your money. I'd like to commend 4th Avenue, who seems to have the best attendance to these meetings. And I guess that's like the teacher, I mean, where each class we get to compete and then we get an ice cream party. My gosh. And then I will say, in the spirit of people getting back to it. Yes. Several weeks ago, I had requested who currently, I knew I couldn't get a name, but the current position of the current personnel right here and now, whose salaries are being diverted, portion of, to the sewer and beach utility. And I would like to say that at the end of last week's meeting, last 2 weeks ago meeting, I got that list. What is alarming is the list and the explanation I got when I got it. So I was told, and mind you, I'm sticking with payroll. We didn't have this information in a list. So it says to me already, gee, how do they know who I want to divert? And I'm using divert kindly to the beach and sewer utilities if we don't know who. My goodness. I wasn't asking for the ordinance because I know what that says. I'm saying who right here is getting a paycheck and we're diverting the funds. Ooh. And then we have 13
Thank
sewer
you.
people and 19 beach people. My goodness. Challenge it.
Thank you, Ms. Meta.
Get back there. You're talking to me.
Yeah. Rajiv McGuire, 610 Brinley Ave.
I don't have anything prepared, so bear with me. But Cindy just said something that was a little alarming to me, and that we donated money for this 130th. Do we not, did I miss something? Was this announced? Was this? Because if our tax dollars are going to this event and then I have to pay to go to this event, instead of just going to a local business and supporting them instead after they donated free food, like it should go backwards, I feel like. And it's disappointing that it just seems like there's this whole mess of communication, and a business owner had to sit here and feel punished through a mess of just a total disorganized mess. And it's, as a business owner, it stinks to sit there and feel like you're the one fighting for something here when it's not their fault at all, So it would have been nicer to see some clarification ahead of time. You guys could have already voiced behind the scenes before they did all this work for this permit or whatever they have to go through with the state. I was just like flabbergasted. But the other thing was hearing our taxes are going towards this event already. Because I did hear that the county, when I was on tourism, I knew that the county gives like a tourism gift donation, I don't know what it's called, to the municipality, to tourism. And I've heard, and I don't know if this is true, but I heard that that fee that came from our county this year is going to the BBVCA, a private entity. Why is it not going to tourism? When I sat on tourism, we were counting pennies. We didn't have bands we paid very well. We looked for local musicians to donate their time, and we would try to promote them. We were like scrounging for whatever we could to make a great event. And the Chamber of Commerce at the time had fizzled out. So all we had was tourism, which was sort of nice because we were able to all come from one place. Frankly, and I'm a member of the BBVCA, but having tourism and having the BBVCA is very confusing. We don't know who's really doing what event unless you really follow, which I do, so I know the difference, but people don't know the difference. And hearing that our tax dollars are going to an event for the BBVCA and not for tourism, and frankly, the tourism events are worse because they probably don't have the funding. So it's just so embarrassing. Everything's just so embarrassing on how it's done behind the scenes. And I don't want my tax, I don't want to support this event now, knowing I've already supported it with my tax money. You know, I'd rather go support a local business that night for more than $30. It's aggravating, and I just have to voice that, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Cohen?
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I want to thank the council tonight, Council President, for the workshop. The workshop was great. What was awesome is that impacted residents got to come up here and speak and be heard, and the sharing of information was great. So I want to thank you for that. Councilman Warber, your comment about Main Street trees, you know, it's weird because I own a building on Main Street, but I also live as a resident. And the residents are responsible for their street trees. And I don't see why Main Street shouldn't be. I prune mine every 5 years. I'll be happy to walk you around and show you all the ones that should be pruned. And those landlords should get a memo because they are unkept. I'm proud of the ones that I maintain for my neighbor and the two that I have. Because I do think they stand out. When you maintain things, they last a long time. So I don't think it's fair if the town should pay for that. So thanks for hearing me out. I don't like to be critical without having an answer. So I have an answer for Mr. Fernbach and for Mayor Fox, who is not here. Okay, tonight on the agenda, we had item 10, communications. BPW seasonal employee memo, lifeguard seasonal employee memo, beach staff seasonal employee memo. Well, you memo us when you hire people. Why don't we get a committee memo? There's a committee memo. These people, Mayor Fox is putting on the committee. You know, I know, Ms. Costas knows, it's on the website. Very simple. I do want to say that, you know, we did battle with the Lobster Fest. It was unfortunate, and in that situation, the Lobster Fest was granted by the council the concession for the beach. Now, later on, I'm sure Mr. Shuck can confirm for me that Sparks Management then did the Memorial Day. And everybody knew who they were. It was read out, the council approved the resolution, Sparks Management's. Now, we don't even know who this is. We don't know who we're paying them. It is really embarrassing now. But, you know, I feel bad about what happened with Bradley Brew Project, but I stand by I don't believe public parks are the place for alcohol events. And if we are to be in New Jersey's family resort, I hope we can have a fun, festive environment without alcohol. I'd like that to be the message for the town that we are. And I appreciate all the work tonight, and thank you for running the meeting.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
Bear with me, it's kind of past my bedtime. Ooh, look it up, it's 10 o'clock. Oh, wow. Paul Costas, not from a local town, Motion Township, and
State your address.
the other half of 1305 Evergreen Avenue, Ocean Township. I am the other half of the clerk, Erica. Just wanted to take a moment to congratulate her, wish her the best on her tenure and new appointment. And I would also like to thank Mayor Fox and all of council too for having your trust in her. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now you know you're not lying while you're home late.
Rich Desmond's, 600 Third Avenue. Usually you say like a hard act to follow, but I had 2 hard acts to follow, so I'll do my best. Not too long ago, I noticed a sudden change in a certain part of the procedures here. I've been going to town meetings now for more years than I'd like to admit to in various towns. And all the time, it used to be similar here when there was some comments from the residents that choose to come to the meeting. One thing would happen, it would be questions, not just, you must say only a comment, only a comment. That has to be straightened out too. Last meeting, I said, that's gotta be straightened out, because one time people were allowed to ask questions and all of a sudden it's comments only. Then it seems that some people can ask questions, but other people are told you can only comment. That's gotta be straightened out. Does it have to be only comments? Does it have to be only questions? Can it be a mix of each? Is there a law that says that a mayor or a council can make that rule? I don't know. Are we breaking the rule? I don't know. You don't have the answer.
I have, that's permission.
But what's happening now recently, there's been a big deterioration of that communication between the residents and the council. People come up, they speak to the council or the mayor, who isn't there. The mayor, now, council president. All those years I attended meetings, there was always a question, and most of the time, there were answers presented, just like it used to be here. And then if there was something that somebody did not have an answer to, I went the next day or 2 days to someone here, is that type also, that always took care of the question. They always got an answer. Now it has the appearance of being swept under the carpet, because the answer to anybody's comments and questions is always the same. Make a note, you'll be contacted. You know what? That's not working. And then I heard tonight as part of minutes now. Really? I didn't know that. Maybe when we're told, just make a comment and we'll get a hold of you, maybe you should say, oh, read it in the minutes. It'll be in there after your answer's going to be. I don't think that's the right way of doing I think it should be like the old good old days. When a person comes up and asks a question that they're first allowed to ask a question. Secondly, if there's anybody in the room can answer it, to do so, not just be told, we'll put it on the list and we'll get back to you. And that's not happening. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Mr. Scheck?
Yes, as someone on the Memorial Day
Pardon me.
Committee, William Shook one thing. As someone that is on the Memorial Day Committee that picks out the veteran or the Grand Marshal, whichever way you want to take it. I just want to let the mayor and council know that Rafiq is deployed, so he was going to be our Grand Marshal. What has been chosen is Officer Johnson, who is also a veteran. He will be our Grand Marshal.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments inside the room? All right, Councilman Banal, I see your hand raised. You keep it up for life, respecting.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I'll direct this question to you, Meredith, as the council president. The sewer replacement and associated work that's going on 3rd Avenue now is being conducted by a new contractor. Can you please explain the change of contractor, why that happened?
I do not have the answer to that, but we'll make sure. that-
Whoa, wait a minute. You're the council president. You can't not have an answer.
Please continue on with your public comments.
What's that?
Please continue.
Okay, so you don't have an answer. Are you really doing your job?
Please continue with your public comments, sir.
Okay, that's my comment. So obviously there's no answer. Apparently it cost the town $125,000. And you as the council president can't provide an answer why we had a change of contractor?
Sir, do you have a different question? You can continue on with your comments, but
Okay, so you're willing to answer questions. You just said, do you have a different question, but you don't want to answer this question.
sir, what we're doing is taking down the questions and Mr. Farabak is getting back to residents. If you have something that you would like him to respond to in addition to your sewer replacement question.
Well, you just said, do you have another question? So obviously you're willing to answer questions, but you don't want to answer this question.
Sir, I believe you're putting words in my mouth. I'm willing to direct them to to the business administrator.
Randy, if I could speak for a second.
Okay.
Keep in mind that Council President DeNoble is really a council member. I'm sorry. I got the president right. The Council President DeMarco. The two D's throw me every time. It's a member of the council, and to be honest with you, as another member of the council, I couldn't answer that question either. That is something that our business administrator might know the answer to. Our mayor would definitely know the answer to, but in fairness to Council President DeMarco, none of us know a lot about the day-to-day operations of the borough, unfortunately.
Wow.
Mr.
I would expect that council members would dig down into that stuff because you guys approved an increase in the cost.
So Randy, let me just put the our business administrator on the spot. Perhaps Greg, you know a little more about this.
Mr. Gubitosi, to respond to what you had raised, the engineer who was overseeing this project, Mr. Freda, informed us that and I think it's MSP is the general contractor who does sewer work. MSP has a subcontractor, Blackstone Enterprises, who does concrete work. MSP does not do concrete work.
They
So
did all
that-
the concrete work last year.
I'm telling you what Mr. Freda told me. I wasn't
Well,
here.
I'm telling you what I saw. Black
Okay, well-
Rock, I'm very familiar with.
I will provide a written.
We're not involved last year, and now they're involved. MSP did all the concrete work last year. I watched it with my own two eyes.
So Randy, what our business administrator just committed to was getting a formal response to you. To hopefully answer your question, and then we'll all learn from your question. So thank you.
Well, last year, I guess it was October, November. I got a tacit commitment from the administration that everything was going to be done by May 25th. When is the new finish date?
That is the last date I've heard officially. I don't know though if they're on target to meet that deadline.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, how could you not know? Wait a minute, stop.
Your
No,
time is-
I still have questions, Meredith.
You,
When is the new finish date? Obviously, there's a new
under
finish.
5-minute time limit, sir.
There's,
Thank you. Paul?
You calling on me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Paul Nishampkin, 411.5 Lorraine Avenue. I'd first like to announce that the Bradley Beach Historical Society's boardwalk signs are back up, thanks to the DPW. Thanks specifically to Jerry Evans from DPW who put them up. I don't know if you realize this is the 8th year that the historical photographs have been on the boardwalk railing. And we hope to keep the numbers up. When we lose some of them every year, we have roughly about 100 photographs up. I know a lot of you have sponsored them, and you should take a walk around and see if you can find them. They're not always in the same place every year, but we think it's a great tradition, and we know from the response of the public that it is one that is loved. So thank you to DPW for helping us get those signs up. The discussion earlier about who was paying for the 130th celebration. I'm sorry that Paula Gavin has left, but it's my understanding that that is almost entirely being funded through BBVCA. I know the Historical Society has contributed some money towards the signage that is going to be going up for the celebration. But it's my understanding that this is not being paid for by taxpayer dollars. I could be wrong on that, but that's my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? All right, well, thank you, everybody, for your comments. The next item on the agenda is a resolution to retire into executive session. We are expected to adjourn from executive session in approximately 40 minutes. Our next regularly scheduled council business meeting is Wednesday, May 28th. So I just want to read resolution 2023-162, retire into executive session to discuss a personnel matter and a litigation matter. I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 2023-162. Do I have a second?
Ms. DeMarco?
Yes.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox? Absent?
Thank you.
There'd be additional business after executive session.
No.
I should have- yeah.
Stay there anyway.
I sent you an email on this one.
Always good to see you.
Thank you. Bye.
I'll stop saying that. What's that?
Actually, should have ended on. this.
Yeah. no,
I did a little research.
Sorry.
Someone else got.
What are you gonna do?
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, no. they're great
Just tell me
answers.
if there's something on.
You got information?
And
I don't think we have film permits. Erica, do we have filming permits? Oh, I'm sorry. Erica, do we have filming permits here? No, we don't have.
Okay, good.
So nothing. to control. So you still not doing something negative. You have revenue.
Yeah.
We have to talk to the police. Anybody that wants to do filming, we usually talk to their department first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, just because we gotta just figure out the logistics, so if they need, you know, if they could bring anything out to the public. Shut down streets or.
I don't know you're done here that, but okay.
Yeah, they should go shoot in the park.
Well, yeah.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, standing up there. Doing the need streets.
I know what you're talking about. We have it in this.
Second.
You have to get a permit to do anything.
732.
Yeah.
Okay.
581.
This way. This is the lender. That's crafted and gave
You gave me a letter. Basically, it's the option. Basically, we'll take it up the garbage as well.
The upshot is there are a series of conditions you have to meet. We'll provide the pickup if you satisfy the conditions. that are listed. That's essentially what it is. Why am I learning this? Because I've had something that was contagious. And you don't want to go through the way mine felt for 3 days. You do not. Yeah, those are the two that I know. You did this one.
Yeah.
I think I.
Wanna take it?
You mean on this list?
See you in a couple hours.
Looks like. Pull down on the council there, it's a dark topic.
Oh.
You want to see? Yeah, I can go down there. and eat.
Yeah, I
It's
did.
so good,
And
right?
one was Lorraine,
Were you?
what do you call it? The condo.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one was the.
You're where TJ left.
Landlord registration.
He asked me to give you a ride to it.
Oh, good, thank you.
And
Yeah,
so-
I saw him.
Don't have to be 15 to see regulations on. Things like that. I really do. It's that I think. But hey. It's a lot.
You know what I mean?
It's always with the eight.
Mama Family is creepily still. Like, look at it now.
Erica, the Zoom number one, I don't know if that's you.
Oh, let me stop that. Michelle, can you stop the Zoom?
Real quick.